야차 야차 없어도 세웠다 비춤이 보인다 백전백승도동당 시대를 열었다 승리만 내 비상을 온 세상에 펼치다 불쏘다다 빨리 나다 트레이드에 만나보소 지리되는 대내로의 악담도 나가서 유약자 범죄도에 세웠다니 등이 보인다 유약자 범죄도에 세웠다니 등이 보인다 노동단비 등산의 웅인 새시리 쏟아져 파이나자 퇴리 맞바보소 차우토바 역세나로 세리리도 위리사 으야차 저도 덤내 새해 날이 많이 나온다 으야차 저도 덤내 새해 날이 많이 나온다 수신열의 파도가 하이려 나가며 모든 소리와 증사를 둘을 넓혀라 쏟아져 빨리 가자 퇴리 맡아보소 손만 대고 팔다 몸이 부딪혀 이겼자 모든 덤티 빨리 따라 나와봐줘
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is another 74-degree and mostly sunny day here in California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It is 11:13. It's Monday. It's Monday. Or not 11, sorry. I'm so used to saying 11. It's Monday, 12:14 p.m., and I am, of course, an hour late, and I apologize, but there's a reason for it, and that reason is a good one. It's because we are shooting the Fear and Nudie calendar. That's right. We're shooting a Fear and Nudie calendar right now. And in between, I have like one last calendar shoot that I must get into. And but before then, I was like, all right, it's time to go live and actually, time to go live and make the donuts. But yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life, what's going on in the universe of HasanAbi Piker for all my parasocialists out there in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and then pressed the start streaming button. And that's right, we have a lot going on. I'm going to be talking about Jeremy Corbyn going on the Piers Morgan show in a little bit. I'm going to, of course, talk about John Oliver, obviously. Finally talking about Israel-Palestine. And, we'll be giving you updates from Gaza as well. But before I get into that, John Oliver finally talks about it. I know you guys are going to ask about that. I know. Okay. You want to come say hi? In this outfit? Come say hi. I'm only doing the intro. We're not doing serious news yet. Bro, come on. Bro. Pull it up. No, pull up the... Dude, it is so easy to get... Okay. It's literally a child thing. This is one of Austin's many fits. Okay. Thank you, Austin.
Welcome.
You're
welcome.
All right. Well, yeah, this is what we're doing over here. This is what's going on in the background while I'm He just did push-ups. I know it. Yeah, he's been lifting weights. He said he hasn't done push-ups for 25 minutes. You look great though. You look very jacked. You look great. Is this gay Aladdin? No, a little bit. Hold on, John Oliver on Israel. Piers Morgan versus Jeremy Corbyn. We'll do all that. But yeah. Hasan, before you get serious, what is this?
He's so fucking hot. I just want Hasan to sit in my fucking face with big, hairy. What is he? Turkish. I want his turkey. I want his turkey meat on my fucking face. Enter.
What? What the fuck?
I just want Hasan's fucking dick in my mouth. Enter. He's so fucking hot. I just want Hasan to sit in my fucking face with his big, hairy. What is he? Turkish. I want his turkey. I want his turkey meat on my fucking face. Enter.
What is that even? What was this? It was out of context? What is happening? I don't even understand what's going on there. +2, true though. My computer keeps alerting me it's too cold. It says I have too many windows open. Good one, Fat Man Joyzy. All right. Yesterday I ended the broadcast, as you guys know, to shoot another episode, another banger episode of the Fear and podcast. That's what we did. And then afterwards, I went to... Yeah, come get it. Here, just pull those two little dials. Okay, pull them up. Pull it forward and then up. That is... No, you're joking. Pull it forward. No, pull it forward. Yep, there you go. I'm proud of you. That's literally a child lock. There's more. There's a t-shirt here too. Okay. No, they can't. But yeah. Did you make Cutie watch it? Yeah, we did. We made Cutie watch it later, but it wasn't the meat canning video, you mean, right? We made her watch it, but it wasn't as like... I mean, I guess you should find out. I mean, watch the paywall and find out. You've been mentioned on Pokemon stream today. Oh, nice. Thank you. Anyway. Where the fuck was I? So yeah, we shot the podcast. I went to sleep. I woke up early. Give a big old walk to Kaya. Walked around. Walked for a couple miles, you know. Got a structured walk out of the way. And it was awesome. It was very successful. Major success. And she's been a wonderful girl all morning, actually, as a matter of fact. Because there's a lot of commotion here. There's like 10 people in the house. And Kaya is the best girl. She has not even flinched being the best girl. She's like, this is my job. This is my duty, is to be the best girl. So that's what she's doing. Kai didn't pee inside today. No, she peed inside when I was sleeping last night, I think. Which is annoying, but, you know. The new podcast set is ready. However, while the new podcast set is ready, we still don't have like the equipment that we need to put in there so we can actually film in there. So it's technically not fully ready yet. Why is she peeing so much inside while in heat? Well, she can't hold her piss in as much. Anyway, so gotta get that doggy door. No, it doesn't work that way. All right. Anyway, listen. Will it be ready by next episode? I don't know, man. Ask Marche. Don't ask me. He's the one who needs to put the equipment in there. All right. Fuck. I don't know. I'm a little tired because like I've been shooting all morning. We have some insane photos. Okay. There are insane photos. As a Jew, I just wanted to thank you for all your commentary on Israel-Palestine. Because of you, I was able to actually convince my Jewish mother to be against Israel, which I could have never done before. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that there's people listening, you know? Is it really Austin's birthday? How old? He's 20. 2, I think. That's how old he is. Yeah, this is some of the. This is what we've been doing this morning. Here, if you want to get a sneak preview off of my Instagram.
Oh no, it's gonna go on your Instagram story. Oh, stop.
Wait, redo the same, the Hulk
We're gonna be
Hogan
live
one.
soon. I mean, I'm going to be. We're doing a photo shoot all day.
Wait, really? You're cold? Sure. I know. I mean, yeah. I can turn off the, I mean, not turn it off, but like turn it up a little bit. I never thought someone would say it's too cold. But here's Will. Here's Will. Okay, well, watch out. Watch out. But yeah, we are as you can see, we're hard at work, okay? We're hard at work over here. I'm also hard at work now. I'm being sent to the HR. Thanks. Yo, HasanAbi, bring Will back for 10 seconds for the girls and the boys, please. Okay, everybody chill out. Big bald spot, Bry. What the fuck? Yeah, big bald spot on the top of my head. Look. Fucking asshole. Good one, dude. How much does Kai weigh now? I have no idea. I actually don't know. I haven't weighed her at all. I have been working non-fucking stop. Oh. I've been working non-stop. So there's so much happening in the world, in the universe, so I can still pick her up, but that doesn't mean much. I can pick up a lot of weight. But so where was I? What was I talking about? Bill Maher got the worst people imaginable on his round table. Nice. I love that. We'll talk about all of that. Okay. I have not read about on the Congo. No. We'd love to hear your take on the Brittany Broski stuff. I don't know what that is. I don't know what's going on with the Brittany Broski stuff. So I have no clue what you want me to know about. All right. Anyway, but yeah, that's it. I digress. Let's just get fucking started. I'm already annoyed. The Congo? No, I have nothing on the Congo either. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. If you're asking me about drama, I have nothing. If you're asking me about foreign policy in the Congo or Sudan, I have nothing. Okay. I don't have anything. I don't have anything for you. Okay. I have things. What? That looks awesome. No, that looks great. What are you talking about? First of all, my buggy smuggler, my bungee smuggler or whatever was literally smaller than that. Have you seen Noah Schnapp's stickers he's been putting up? Yeah. Fuck, where was I? I was gonna say this much. Yesterday when I did the stream, it was awesome because it was like we just did like low key shit. We did low key shit, and it was fire. And I felt happy for the first time doing a fucking broadcast. And we gotta cycle more content and commentary that isn't like directly Like, obviously, I'm going to keep up with the updates on Israel and Palestine. But I also want to I want to cover more variety news, like American news, which is ironically lighter than that, surprisingly. I haven't done a Sunday Fun Day in a long time, so it was good to do. Yeah. But yeah, here it is. Let's get started. On that note, let's get started. But did you ever cover the 4 LASD sheriffs offing themselves in a matter of 24 hours? No, I did read on it because I thought it was like a very interesting story to see if there was anything extra going on, like any extra fuckery. But it doesn't, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything like, I mean, it just sounds very suspicious, but they haven't revealed any additional details. So I actually don't know what the deal is there. But yes, I have read on it. I don't know. I mean, it's like, I think it was like a forensics analyst too. It wasn't like directly people. Two of them were actually like sheriffs on the line. One of them was like retired, and then one was like a forensic person, I think. I don't know. The 10 is closed from a fire, which is crazy. That's gonna ruin like traffic as well, obviously. Here's versus Corbin. And Tim Scott. This morning I was listening to the New York Times Daily, and it was a little crazy in my opinion. It was a little wild, partially because they chose to talk about doctors being like doctors and their plight inside of Gaza, at the Shifa hospital, at other hospitals in Gaza. It is a very emotional interview overall. Like, the interviewer literally, I think, cries at a certain point, like tears up, and they had to cut it out. Except also, there was a point in the interview where where she basically was just like, "What's up? What's up with Hamas? What's going on with Hamas?" And like, is Hamas stealing your fuel? And the doctor literally was like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like, you're asking me about Hamas? You're asking me about politics? Like, what's wrong with you?" He's like, "There's literally dying children that you can hear in the background, and you're asking me about fucking Hamas. Like, what's..." And to me, it's like I understand the fascination that journalists have. I understand why they want to know if they can verify or maybe even discredit the IDF talking points about how like Hamas is planted directly underneath the hospitals and whatnot. Okay, and like, I get it. I think that's because Israel has made this like a very big talking point. It's still not a justification, obviously, regardless of whether there's tunnel structures underneath the hospital. Regardless of whether tunnel structures exist underneath the hospital or not, it's still completely not permissible to like blow up a hospital and behave in the way that they've been behaving, right? It's so crazy. It is utterly and entirely irrelevant. You know what I mean? You can try to square that hole as much as you want to, but I think there's a time and place. You know what I mean? There's a time and place. Dave Cameron just got appointed Home Secretary. It's wild. Imagine if Obama got appointed in the U.S. Yeah. Why are young people so pro-Palestine? That's such a funny thing to ask, like, as a question. It's like a question, but I feel like they're like, we have to fix that. Um, sorry, just getting here. What are we doing to whose hole? What? I know New Child Oliver dropped on the war, on the conflict, but anyway, let's get started. First and foremost, World Health Organization says Gaza's main hospital is no longer functioning.
About
Let's
the
get
dire
started
state
there.
of hospitals in Gaza. This map shows hospitals in the Gaza Strip. The UN says 20 out of 36 are no longer working. The biggest, Al-Shifa, is not functioning at all, according to the World Health Organization. Al-Shifa's head of surgery has told the BBC that a third premature newborn baby has died because of a lack of power. There are reports that Gaza's second biggest hospital, Al-Quds, has run out of fuel. It's now 5 weeks since Hamas, designated a terror organisation by the UK government, killed more than 1,200 people in Israel and took more than 200 hostage. Since then, Hamas officials say well over 11,000 people have been killed in Israeli attacks.
That's a crazy way to fucking cover that. Jesus Christ. Hamas officials say. Like, might as well just not even say how many people died at that point. You know what I mean? It's very interesting that, like, they full-blown just do this, like, they full-blown do this thing where it's like, one, Hamas is a designated terror group, which it is. And two, its civil governance branch, like the health ministry, is actually also Hamas, which it is. But packaging it in this way, which they didn't used to, by the way, which they did not used to, packaging in this way is deliberate. I've talked about this quite a bit. It's specifically done to discredit the numbers. And that's what's going
on Gaza. Well, let's go live to Jerusalem now and speak to our correspondent, Tom Bateman. Good morning, Tom. Another week begins. Just talk us through what's been happening overnight.
Well, what we have is this really desperate situation at Shifa hospital. You were hearing about the World Health Organization talking about a perilous and dire situation, and that is because of the fact that around the hospital now there is very fierce fighting. They're talking about intense bombardment and armed clashes. And so within the hospital, on top of what has been, you know, a very, an extremely difficult humanitarian situation for weeks now, it is effectively completely closed, apart from what the Israelis say are safe evacuation routes out. Now, Palestinians say that it is simply not safe. There are dead bodies lining the route, that people have been shot at and people killed when they have tried to leave. So it's extremely perilous. And in the middle of all this huge crisis, with 36 now premature babies taken out of the neonatal intensive care unit because it stopped functioning because of the loss of power, now being kept in a cardiac surgery room without the right equipment. They're not in incubators. They can't be kept properly warm. They have desperate needs. And the doctor there, Dr. Marwan Abu Sada, telling the BBC that he fears those babies will die unless either the hospital gets fuel to power incubators or...
Like, I know that in every way, like, Israel tries to justify all of these ruthless killings. I mean, it's basically just all-out slaughter, ethnic cleansing, and ethnic displacement being the main goal here, the main objective. If you listen to the Israeli officials, they'll very clearly define that, very clearly, openly state that. But I feel like it's like the slaughter and the death and destruction have gotten to a point where it's like it's a baby in an incubator. Like, these are premature babies that have to survive inside of an incubator. It's like, I know that the president, the Israeli president, can go and be like, we found this book about how this annotated book in a child's library about Hitler, and how this indicates that even children are technically culpable or whatever, and children are Hamas. Like, when you talk about a baby in an incubator, it's like, objectively, it's literally the equivalent of like burning down an orphanage. You know what I mean? I mean, these are children who these are babies who haven't even like fully developed, you know, and I don't know. There's like, it's almost comical when you think about it. It's literally, I don't know. You can't. There's no justification. There's no justification for any of this, obviously. But it, like, you can make propaganda, I guess, for the freaks that desperately want to I guess cut propaganda to make this seem like it's totally permissible and totally valid and totally legal. But it's just, I don't know. I mean, there's nothing I can say at this point. Like, I know soft Zionists, like liberals, want to maintain this defense of Israel's actions, and that's what Western media is kind of doing. It's just like giving them an out, but there's no way to, I don't know, there's just simply no way to talk about this. There's no way to talk about what's going on and try to defend it. MSF press release. Doctors Without Borders press release says snipers are targeting patients at Shifa hospital in Gaza. One of their surgeons is quoted, "In front of the main gate, there are many bodies. There are also injured patients. We can't bring them inside. There's also a sniper who attacked patients." Like, the people inside the hospital and the Doctors Without Borders doctors, or like British Palestinian, international doctors in general, are all collectively saying that this is an atrocity. If you listen to the New York Times Daily podcast, where they talk about the hospital running out of fuel and how it's been under blockade pretty much nonstop, it's basically, it's a cemetery. That's what the doctor is saying. And looking at all of this and not having like immediate, sheer, visceral disgust, I don't know how you can look at a situation like this and go, yeah, I think this is probably valid, normal, justifiable. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the Hamas headquarters are fucking underneath the hospital. Like, you can't. This is unimaginable. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Like, there's one side that is routinely and still continuously lied about pretty much every action that they've taken and tried to make really silly justifications for it. And then all of the victims, when asked, say, hey, just stop bombing us. You know what I mean? Like, please stop bombing us. Like, we don't know if there is Hamas or not, but just like, please, can you stop bombing us? Or even other doctors who say, no, I've worked there for years. I did not see any Hamas underneath the hospital. But the fact that, I don't know, the fact that there is no empathy, the fact that there's no empathy here for Palestinians says it all, right? I mean, it's just trying my very best to talk about this, but
this
tough.
News is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work.
All right, here.
Functioning as Gaza's health system collapses under relentless Israeli bombardment and blockades. On Saturday, Shifa hospital ran.
They've shut off the lights in like the hallways and stuff at this point. They have like very, very limited fuel.
And out of fuel, forcing doctors to remove dozens of premature babies from incubators. 6 preemies have already died. Doctors are struggling to keep more than 30 other babies alive. Palestinian health officials have accused Israel of using snipers to shoot at people inside the hospital complex where thousands of displaced Palestinians have sought refuge. Israel's claimed Hamas runs a command center below the hospital. Hamas and medical officials at the hospital have denied the claim. On Sunday, Dr. Mohammed Obeid, A surgeon with Doctors Without
censored.
Borders described the dire situation inside the hospital.
The situation now is very bad. We don't have connection. There is no internet.
Wait, what the fuck is going on with this?
Sometimes we have some reason on the call phone. We're on the 4th floor, and also there's a sniper who attacked 4 patients from the inside the hospital. One of them has the gunshot directly in his neck, and he has a quadriplegia, and the other one, he has a gunshot in.
I agree with your opinions on the situation, but I don't get why Hamas is fighting the IDF near the hospital. It looks very bad, and even if they have a base there, they cannot realistically hold their position. I don't know if you understand this, but like they're being invaded and children are being sniped and fucking, people are getting sniped inside of a hospital. At that point, it's ridiculous that you're still talking about optics. What about the optics of fucking literally mercilessly, ruthlessly bombing a fucking hospital and its courtyard and shooting at the people there? Like, this is a psychotic question to ask. Like, wow, what about the optics of Hamas? What are you fucking talking about? What are you fucking talking about? Like, from the position of the Palestinians, they are the ones who are trying to fucking push back against an invading force. You understand that, right? Like, I don't know how else to cover this situation. I don't know what to say. Like, ask Palestinians how they feel. There's a reason why every single fucking... there's 2.2 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, and Israel can't find a single fucking Palestinian to be like, Hamas is bad, so they have to make up shit. You know what I mean? I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are Palestinians out there who are like, yeah, we hate Hamas. Except right now, you know why they're not fucking speaking? You know why they're not fucking speaking? I don't give a shit about making the IDF propaganda seem true, dumbass. Okay? Do you not understand self-defense at this point? Do you want to know why when I said when Russia invaded Ukraine on the Eastern Front, they completely eviscerated any kind of goodwill they could have ever had historically from the likes of those who live in Kharkiv, who identify like with being Russian or watch Russian television, whatever the fuck? They completely lost all of that because they bombed the shit out of those positions. They bombed the shit out of civilians. It's impossible at that point to feel confident about these people liberating you. Just think about it like a human being, please. There is no circumstance in which being bombed by an invading force is going to cause you to literally fucking go, you know what? These guys that are bombing me are actually liberating me. That's why they killed my uncle. That's why they destroyed my home. That's why they destroyed the beachfront. At this point, when you're talking about the optics of like being fucking blown to bits, and you're not talking about the actual optics of like what Israel has done and what Israel continues to do with the go-ahead of the entirety of the Western world, and you turn around and you go, why is the militia force that's like fighting back against the bombing occupation is insane to me. I genuinely don't understand it. Okay? Like I've said, while there's no proof whatsoever other than Israel claiming, for years, by the way, it's always been like a rumor that you know there's a Hamas headquarters under the hospital. Even if there was a Hamas headquarters under the hospital, you still cannot blow up the hospital. You cannot blow up the people inside of the hospital. You cannot shoot people inside of the hospital. This is insane. For those of you who also don't know, let me explain it further to you. Let's say there's a Hamas militant. Okay? Let's say there's a Hamas militant who's shooting. Okay? Who's shooting at Israeli soldiers. Okay? Inside of Gaza. First of all, that's technically a militia, and that is legally allowed by international law. That's number one. Doesn't matter if you consider them terrorists. That's the most valid thing that you can do, regardless of whether they're terrorists or not. So that's number one. Number two, when that person is shot, let's say a Hamas militant is shot, and someone takes out a stretcher and carries that person into the hospital, you cannot follow that person into the hospital and kill them, okay? There are rules to waging war. It is illegal and not morally permissible or just to shoot someone on a fucking stretcher. You cannot do that. That is not allowed, okay? Even if there are Hamas militants who are literally like, I love Hamas and I hate Israel, You cannot fucking shoot people on a stretcher. You cannot shoot people in a hospital. There are rules to this. Shooting medics is a war crime. It's, of course, also Israeli policy when you think about it, really. Okay? I didn't know they were firing RPGs from stretchers. No, I'm not talking about the fucking one video of the dude running around with an RPG. It doesn't matter. This is completely... The premature babies that are dying as a consequence of not having enough fuel in the hospital are not the Hamas militants, okay? If anything, all of this shows me is that this is something hold on one second. I'm talking to Twitch right now as well for something. Anyway, they've been saying all about their opposition. According to the idea of Hezbollah also used schools and hospitals for munition storage. Do you know that why the focus is on the Al-Shifa hospital? Right now, Al-Shifa and the Al-Quds hospitals are the two major areas with the highest civilian density. Like everyone that is remaining in northern Gaza, is basically there right now. Okay, every single person from like the interior ministry, okay, all the way to all of the civilians and all of the doctors. That's it. They have all anyone that hasn't been able to leave northern Gaza are taking refuge in these two major areas. Okay? That's what's going on. So taking over Al-Shifa and taking over the Al-Quds Martyrs Hospital is completely taking over the entirety of the remaining life on Gaza, the Gaza Strip, and the northern Gaza Strip. Idea of bullshit is northern Gaza is devoid of people now. I mean, obviously, there's like still 500,000 plus people inside of Gaza. I'm saying that, but the largest population density and all the people remaining in Gaza are in those two hospital areas, in the surrounding areas. There's people in the north still, but you have to realize that the major population centers remaining are around the hospital. Why are you saying civilian building? Once you have weapons and you use a building as a base to launch rockets, it's no longer a civilian building. International law says they can attack that building and Hamas can't. That is a war crime. That is the human shielding. Brother, I need you to understand something. Okay? I need you to understand something very important. First and foremost, I'm trying my very best here. The notion that people are actually like, dude, you're trying to justify bombing a hospital. I don't know what to tell you. I literally don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to like talk about how this is not appropriate at all. Okay? Yeah, a police officer carrying a gun doesn't make an entire school a valid target. I've talked about this already. I've talked about this quite a bit. If there was a school shooting happening, okay? If there's a school shooting happening and it was an active shooting, you don't fucking nuke the entire block that the school is on and kill all the children in the school and kill all the children in the hospital next to the school and kill all the children and their family members on that block. That is not how this works. That is never how this works. So the only reason why you think it would work in this circumstance is because you think that all of the victims inside of this hospital, civilians, the overwhelming majority, if not every single one, obviously not every single person is going to be a civilian. Some of them are going to be enemy combatants as well. You can't, this is not like a valid target. You can't justify that unless you are an absolute fucking sociopathic monster. The expectation that like Palestinians across the board have to be perfect victims, otherwise is perfectly morally permissible to like destroy them and kill them, is a psychotic one. Okay? Flipped up chatters unironically arguing that the Russians, what the Russians did during the Beslan school siege is totally okay. Beslan school siege, also referred to the Beslan school hostage crisis or the Beslan massacre, was a terrorist attack that started on the 1st of September 2004 that lasted 3 days involved the imprisonment of more than 1,100 people as hostages, including 777 children, and ended with the deaths of 333 people, 186 of them children, as well as 31 of the attackers. It is considered to be the deadliest school shooting in history. They're doing the U.S. strategy in Iraq where all they put the media focus on the Baghdad airport. Once they took over the airport, they managed to take over the country within 3 days as the resistance thought it's over. I think that's why the focus is on Shifa. I mean, it is like the major point of life in the northern Gaza strip right now. For a building to be designated a military target, there are certain parameters that must be met, such as key military infrastructure, entry control points, munitions, military personnel, outnumbering civilians. Just because Hamas may or may not be using the hospital doesn't mean it's a Hamas stronghold. Under no circumstance can you legally bomb a hospital. Yes. State Department memo accuses Biden of spreading misinformation about Israeli war crimes. This is wild. At least 100 administration employees are accusing Biden of spreading misinformation about Palestine now. An internal State Department dissent memo accuses President Biden of spreading misinformation on the Israel-Hamas war and alleges that Israel is committing war crimes in Gaza, according to a copy of the memo obtained by Axios. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I feel disgusting. Like I want to fucking throw up. Especially because people just want to so desperately justify what's happening here. What is this?
More than a month into the war on Gaza, we're starting with the coverage in the U.S. Freedom of expression.
We'll talk about that in a second. All right, let's just finish this.
Some of the people which actually go outside the hospital, they want to go to the south, they bomb them also. They bomb the family from the Shifa hospital today in the morning. There is no electricity actually, there is no water, there is no food. So our team is exhausted. We have 2 unit patients die actually because the incubator it's not working because there is no electricity. Also we have adult patient in the ICU. He died because the ventilator is shut down because there is no electricity. We can see actually the smoke around the hospital. They hit everything around the hospital and they hit the hospital many times.
That was Dr. Mohammed Obeid, a surgeon with MSF, Doctors Without Borders, inside the Al-Shifa hospital. On Sunday, Democracy Now! Reached another doctor in Gaza City, Dr. Fadel Naim.
We at Al-Ahli Arab Hospital, the Baptist Hospital, are the only functioning hospital in the Gaza City. All the injured people and other...
What's with all the Trump 2024 PSYOP propaganda in this community all of a sudden? What are you talking about? Who the fuck is saying Trump PSYOP propaganda? Have you seen the insane amount of HasanAbi heads advocating for voting against Joe Biden? That's your major point of contention here? That's what you care about? Are you fucking insane? What's wrong with your brain, dude? Really rewire yourself, please. And chatters, don't fucking yell at this person, please, okay? I hate when people do this shit. When I pull someone up, let me yell at them. You don't have to do that, okay? I think that, as I've said already, especially as the election is a year out, trying to extract concessions from your elected leaders is morally just and very good and at the basis of the democratic process. If the goal is to constantly say, well, the other side is much worse, which is objectively true. Donald Trump would be worse than Joe Biden, except Joe Biden is currently continuing Donald Trump's Israel policies and doing it with vociferous support. Ultimately, you still have to try to get your side to do the things that you think are correct and right. if you don't do that, if you don't fucking do that, then what's the process? I don't understand. Like, what's the reason? What's the entire reason for voting for a politician at all? This doesn't make any sense. This does not make any sense whatsoever. I don't understand this. If the goal isn't to try to get your politicians, to get the people that you're voting for to like do your bidding when there is like popular support for a particular thing, then why are you even voting at all? I genuinely don't understand it. I don't. Also put pressure on another candidate to primary Biden since he's objectively a bad candidate. I mean, he is. And that is there is a time to talk about that, but like I don't understand. I really don't understand. Like, these are the people that said we're going to push Joe Biden left, just vote for him. It's just team sports at this point, and you just want your fucking politician, you want your team to win for no reason other than to say your team won. I'm sorry. Like, what could Joe Biden do? As long as Trump is worse, then if Joe Biden is, let's say, as bad as Donald Trump was last time around, is that okay? Is that all right? Should we not try to change Joe Biden's opinions? Should we not try to change Joe Biden's policies? Why should we not do that? And trying to extract concessions by saying you're not going to vote for them is actually a very important and very good thing to do. This isn't like about being a leftist. This is not about like being a leftist or a Marxist or loving Trump or loving Joe Biden at all. This is completely outside of that. This is just, if you're a good Democratic Party supporter, let's say you really want socialized medicine. You're a liberal, you love liberalism, you are a social democrat, and you really want socialized medicine. It has happened in other countries. You want it in the United States of America. Should you just shut the fuck up all the time? Let's say there's enough momentum that it could possibly happen. Okay? Stopping Israel from engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign is so much easier than implementing a socialized healthcare structure. But even then, okay, even in that situation, like, should you just not demand it? Should you not make demands of the person that you're voting for? This idea is not just liberalism. The idea that you cannot ask your politicians, you cannot make demands out of your politicians, is not liberalism. It's something different. It's entirely different. It's just like team sports. Like, it's a deliberate confession that you don't care about any of the policies. You just want your guy to win. Like, it destroys the entire principle behind the democratic process. Why is there a democracy at all then? You know? Why is there a democracy at all? And I think it's because a lot of people just don't care. A lot of people don't care about what's going on in Palestine. Let's be fucking real. But they don't want to say that because they're like progressive liberals. They have claimed that they're progressive liberals, and they don't really give a shit that like Palestinian children are being ruthlessly slaughtered in Gaza. So instead of openly admitting that, which they don't want to, because then they would lose their liberal credentials, I guess, right? They just simply say, it's really messed up that you're making this a red line. Ethnic cleansing is a red line for you. It's kind of fucked up. Just say it. Just say you don't really care about it that much, because there is no other argument against like being a year out from the election and standing against all of these people that are making a completely morally just and righteous demand. You know, it's perfectly reasonable. The idea that this is ridiculous and you shouldn't ask for this because the other side is worse, is at the heart of how we have created a process in which even when Joe Biden is the president, over so many years and so many election cycles, we've ratcheted towards right-wing politics in this country, and we are creeping towards actual full-blown fascism in many ways. Okay? And there's nothing we can do about it. There's no way to, the lesser evil voting. The lesser evil voting is just a way to tell everyone to just shut the fuck up. Don't make any demands. Don't make any demands whatsoever. Like the idea that like all these Democratic Party candidates are entitled to your votes is exactly how we got is exactly how we put up Hillary Clinton. It's exactly how we put up Joe Biden. It's exactly how the DNC got away with doing whatever the fuck it wanted to do over and over again when Joe Biden was objectively going to be a horrible, horrible second term, no matter what, because he's too old. And we knew this. We knew this from years ago. We knew this 4 years ago. He was too old 4 years ago. But, of course, everybody promoted Joe Biden as the guy, the only guy who can beat Donald Trump, and now we have to deal with it. The idea that, we can't make any we can't even get any concessions out of the Democrats that we vote for means that you don't care about democracy at all. You care about like certain aspects of it. For the most part, I think you care about, you know, the Democratic Party being in power, it seems. But you don't necessarily care if they do anything, really, as long as it's not the Republican Party. There are valid concerns about Republicans gaining prominence. But what you fail to recognize is that, you know, without the Democrats doing something to fight back against them, you might as well be just slowing down the Republican creep. Karşıda şeyde parking lotta. Parking lotta. Evet. Onu sokağa koyar mısın? Evet, lütfen. Teşekkürler. Anyway. Here, let's get back to this.
People like people with hypertension or diabetes mellitus or diarrhea or asthma or children with dehydration, cancer patients, patients with kidney failure who need dialysis, pregnant women, and other cases are coming to our hospital because they have no other possibility to go to other hospitals. The other hospitals are surrounded by the Israeli tankers, like the biggest hospital in Gaza, Shifa Hospital, and Nasser Pediatric Hospital. Some of the angio hospitals are closed because of the shortage in foil and equipment. Since yesterday, we received more than 300 to 400 injured people and tens of other people who had other health problems. We had to do some surgical interventions in the corridors and on the courtyard because of the shortage of anesthesia, drugs. Our biggest problem is the shortage in manpower because we are a small hospital. We are not prepared to receive such like these numbers of patients at one time. Many volunteers came to help us, but we need specialized doctors in different specialties, in general surgery, in neurosurgery, chest surgery, vascular surgery, and gynecology, in pediatricians. Unfortunately, we couldn't help many of these patients. Some of them died because we couldn't do anything for them.
That was Dr. Fadel Naim speaking Sunday from Al-Ahli Al-Arabi Hospital in Gaza City. To talk more about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, we're joined by Dr. Tanya Hasan. She's a pediatric intensive care physician who works with the humanitarian aid organization Médecins Sans Frontières, MSF, or Doctors Without Borders. She's in regular contact with health professionals in Gaza and previously worked as a medical trainer in Gaza and the West Bank. She's the co-founder of the social media account Gaza Medic Voices, which shares firsthand accounts from healthcare professionals in Gaza. On Saturday, she took part in a vigil outside British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's office in London. She broke down while reading an urgent message from the director of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza, Dr. Nidal Hadrous.
We, as medical staff, want to leave, but we cannot. We might not survive until the morning.
Dr. Hasan breaks down as she tries to read a statement from the doctor in Gaza.
They're trying to be, they're like, the thing is, everyone tries to go, well, what about Hamas? What about Hamas? And the reason why people do that is because, like, they want to make it morally permissible to kill all of these people, like these doctors, the children, because Hamas is there. Okay? And from where I'm standing, I don't give a fuck who's there. Okay? I don't care. I don't care if Hamas is there. Okay? I don't. This is ridiculous. This is completely ridiculous. It's insane to me that you know, there's Hamas there. Okay? And that's why we have to do this. No, there has to be red lines. And there are red lines. I don't understand it. They didn't even try to prove Hamas is there. They do. They do try to prove it. They try to prove it by, they put up a fake doctor. Okay, here's a couple of different things. This has always been like the suspicion. Okay? There's always been this rumor. It's been around for a very long time that the Al-Shifa hospital is like, is on top of like the Hamas headquarters. This has always been a thing. Okay? The doctors that have worked there, international doctors, have said that there is no such situation there. I believe them. Why wouldn't I believe them? Why would I believe the Israeli rumor? It could be true, but it doesn't change the reality that, like, there is no genuine evidence to show that, and all the evidence actually shows the exact opposite. So the question is, all these people have to be in on it, I guess. The IDF tried to show that there was a tunnel under the hospital. It was very badly edited. Yeah, they put up a fake doctor.
But the world has to know.
They put up a fake doctor who's like holding a fucking stethoscope, like literally to be like, oh, I'm a real doctor. Like, look at me.
Ya Allah, I can't believe I'm doing this. But the world has to know what Hamas is making here. They're taking over the entire
fake explosion noises.
Hospital. They're taking over the fuel, the medicine. I have nothing to treat with. I had to fix a fracture for a 5-year-old boy.
It's just so insane. It's so insane that, like, this is what we have here. Like, this is the evidence. The evidence is like fake doctors. Okay, fake doctors being like, please come in and blow up hospital. This is the only way. This is the only way that we can get rid of Hamas. Please, Hamas, please blow up the hospital in Gaza. Hamas is here. Okay, and like holding her fucking hijab, perfectly clean outfit, holding a stethoscope. They should be like, I'm a doctor. Fake bomb sounds, no fucking additional noise. No additional noise in the background. You've heard the doctors give interviews, okay? You've heard the doctors give interviews from inside the hospital this past week. Does it sound like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it's Palestine that has a Palestine situation going on. Exactly. Every accusation is a confession. Okay? They say Palestinians are lying. They say Palestinians are lying about all of the bombing and all of the little babies that Israel has killed. They're actually doing makeup and it's fake, which is an insane thing to say. Meanwhile, they're making this shit up in order to like justify bombing the hospitals. Yeah, of course. It's completely ridiculous.
Please, if you hear me, please leave, run away, don't stay here, please. يا عالم يا ناس اطلعوا من هون.
Anyway, so she's so obvious in Israeli. It's funny. Her Israeli accent is extremely obvious. Yeah, it's just, I don't even give a shit about the accent. Like, it's very clearly fucking fake. No. Okay? And none of the doctors that are at Shifa have ever seen this woman. Okay? Here it is. I can report that 3 Doctors Without Borders MSF staff currently at the Shifa hospital said today that they've never seen this woman in this apparent fake video, which has been viewed 12 million times before being deleted from an Israeli government account. This closely echoes a 2011 hoax. In 2011, Israel government shared a YouTube video by a man who claimed to be an Israeli gay rights activist who said he was discriminated against by Gaza flotilla organizers. The video was exposed as a hoax. John Ronson set out to find the actor in it. John Ronson, my goat.
The mystery out there, an experience I went through recently.
The Gaza flotilla is the one with Mavi Marmara. Remember when I told you guys, like, the Turkish humanitarian aid mission, where they blow what? Wait. Okay. In
the fight for gay rights, for human rights. It was hurtful and even a little heartbreaking. I've been active in the gay rights movement since college. I heard a lot of stories about flotillas and convoys from Europe trying to reach the Gaza Strip. The names of the group sounded impressive. Viva Palestina, Free Gaza Movement, IHH Humanitarian Relief. I thought, this is something I want to be part of. So I decided.
He said the IHH This is Turkish, by the way. I think he might be Turkish as well. His accent sounds like he could be Turkish. But he's talking about how, like, the IHH is a Turkish humanitarian AIDS mission, but it's like an Islamist cutout as well. But I won't get into the details of that. That's a long, convoluted process. But they also literally did the humanitarian flotilla that pushed through the Israeli blockade from sea, and then the Israeli commandos dropped in from fucking attack helicopters and mercilessly slaughtered a bunch of the humanitarian aid workers, and then tried to turn around and go, oh, remember, well, these guys are actually terrorists. Like, look at all the weapons they had on the ship, and the weapons were just like knives. Like, they couldn't even find anything, so they were just like, look at all the weapons we have on the ship. I've talked about this quite a bit. It's the Mavi Marmara situation. I think this guy...
I tried to contact one of these groups based out of London. I sent them an email. I explained that I lead a network of gay rights activists and that we'd love to bring some pride to the next flotilla. After about a month, I get a short email from the London group saying that the participation of my LGBT network would not be possible, since it would not be in the overall interests of the flotilla. I was surprised.
Look at this fucking fedora.
And a bit insulted. Who are these people?
Unlike most homemade YouTube videos, there seemed to be a second unit getting B-roll of Mark Pax in the corner of the room and following him down the street. So I decided to check his story out with the Free Gaza movement in London.
We're the only ones in the flotilla with an office in London.
So it would have had to have been you?
If he's contacted London, then he would have come through here.
And you've not had an email from him?
No, and I had checked all the Free Gaza email accounts. He hasn't contacted us at all.
Yeah, I mean, also, if he had actually contacted, unironically, the IHH, they probably would have been like, yeah, fuck off. Let's be real, because that is, like, unironically a very conservative, very Muslim, very fundamentalist, Islamist conservative outfit. That's what it is. So I guess he just like approached the wrong guys. Anyway, the actor refused to say who made the video, but as I reported at the time, it was boosted by David Saranga, an Israeli diplomat who taught students to promote Israel online with guerrilla marketing. As Mark Owen Jones reports, the anti-Hamas video supposedly recorded in the Gaza hospital this week was shared by an official Israeli government account for communicating with Arabic speakers before being deleted amid widespread suspicion that it was fake. And they deleted it. They deleted the video because it was fake. They've been doing this non-fucking stop. Okay? Other ways that they've tried to justify it is by making these like weird-ass like CGI animated videos claiming that there are massive hospital tunnel networks under the hospital. There's evidence there. There are there's animated animated videos just fine that there's tunnels underneath. Bro, you filled it up way too much. Stuffed it a little bit, it seems, in the front. Yeah, okay. 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 Well, I freeballed it, unlike you and Will. Yes, I did. Yeah, I freeballed it. I didn't. Anyway, I can't talk about this right now. This is so serious, and I'm being so unserious. Okay. Thank you, Rob, for the raid. What? On that. Okay, it's fine. They just dropped within an hour of the live action tour of the tunnels into the hospital. Here, I guess this is exclusive raw footage. Watch IDF spokesperson Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari walk through one of the Hamas subterranean terrorist tunnels, only to exit in Gaza's Rantisi hospital on the other side. Inside these tunnels, Hamas terrorists hides, operate, and hold Israeli hostages against their will.
One of the senior terrorists, who is the head of the operation.
Notice how this is in English. Remember, the reason why this is in English is because this is for the Western media.
Naval operations that led the raids into Israel. His house is right next to a school. His house is 200 yards from the hospital of Rantisi. Next to his house, there is a tunnel.
I saw this list of everything the Israeli official accounts have posted and deleted.
Now I want to show you an operational tunnel. The tunnel is built with electricity. We first saw the solar panels, then the electricity goes here, and it goes down directly to the tunnel. Now you can see the tunnel. You can see the tunnel. The tunnel is let down more than 20 meters down. The rowboat found a door that is...
No, they are in Gaza, and they do have tunnels. Chat. Okay, this is a byproduct of like unironically lying about everything, and Israel does this so much that like people immediately go, oh, this must be fake. No, of course there are fucking tunnels. I've literally never said that there aren't tunnels. Of course, I've literally time and time again repeated that there are plenty of tunnels underneath Gaza. The entire strip has certain populated areas where there's a complicated tunnel network underneath it. Okay, it's true. This part is true. This part is correct. Okay.
Bulletproof. It's explosives proof, so it
I don't know if this is actually a service hatch or literally a fucking Hamas tunnel, but it doesn't matter. The idea that like there are tunnels under most cities, I know exactly. Everybody knows that there are tunnel systems underneath Gaza, underneath the Gaza Strip, 400 kilometers worth that we know of. Okay, that part is true. That part is real. That's where most of the hostages are too.
Like a hard evidence, a clear evidence that the hospital direction is connected. This is a covered tunnel. It's part of the same floor and it slides down here. So it's a covered tunnel so nobody can find it. This is Rantisi Hospital. And this is the place where I showed you the tunnel. I want you to see. This is the back side of the hospital. Hamas used this hospital. Tonight we have entered into this building. I will show you the evidence. Let's enter into the hospital. We're now entering into the area.
Why is he bleeding?
Of the hospital where we had
Did he get
found
hit?
the evidence. This operation was conducted by Israeli Special Unit, the Israeli Navy SEALs.
Did he fall in the tunnel? What happened? Did he bump his head in the tunnel? What's going on?
It's still
Dude?
an operation that is conducting. And I'm showing you the first evidence to see.
I like the raw footage that's like heavily edited. Anyway.
I want to show you a room where we found all the gear, the operational gear of Hamas. Hamas is using...
They say the tunnels are explosion proof, so why are they bombing? Well, I'll tell you why they're bombing. The real reason why they're bombing is because they want to kill everyone indiscriminately on top of the tunnel networks because they don't want a single fucking person to die. And from their perspective, it's totally valid to kill as many people as possible. There's a secondary or maybe even a primary reason, the primary reason being ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement. But ultimately, even from the most like let me defend Israel point of view, okay? Even from the most like liberal analysis of the situation, they are doing it specifically because they can get away with bombing indiscriminately and then go into the tunnel network and actually blow it up. Because you can't blow up these tunnels with missiles for the most part. They are 10 meters, they're dug in 10 meters deep into the ground. So what they have to do is basically go find the entrance of the tunnel network and drop bombs inside of the tunnel network. Sometimes they go directly into the tunnel networks and the tunnel networks are booby-trapped. So they die inside of the tunnel networks. So that's the reason why they have to, they literally have to clear out the area around it, to clear out the area on top of it. Now, obviously, there's a better way to do this. This is part of the reason why you have to. I mean, even bunker busters, chat, even bunker busters, you have to remember, like 10 meters underground. It is very deep. If there's one thing that can fucking stop shelling, it's just the ground. The ground is very powerful at fucking stopping most explosions. Okay? 10 meters is 33 feet underground. So the point is, the reason why, even from like the most, even if I were to be as charitable as humanly possible, which is inhumane in this circumstance, the reason why they blow up everything, the reason why they fucking blow up everything is because they don't want to actually, they don't actually want to do a precise, they don't want to do any kind of like precision striking, any kind of like military operations, because they don't want to fucking have any of the IDF soldiers die. Because the life of an IDF soldier in the minds of the IDF is far greater than 1,000 fucking Palestinian children. That's it. 65 feet underground, vent shaft, tunnel network. Yeah. The Gaza Strip is a harrowing pitfall soldiers have learned to expect from urban warfare. This is how this works, okay? That's why they're doing it. That's why they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about who the fuck they're killing. And because Gaza is also very densely slammed, densely packed, they can they can just claim like, well, a rocket came from this area. They work with really shitty intelligence half the time as well. And then blow up an entire 4-story building that had a pizza restaurant in it, that had real human beings hiding in it, and then claim that this was a high priority target that they blew up to justify it after the fact. And it's always bad intel. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's bad intel or not. Because nobody gives a shit about Palestinians. That's the point I'm trying to make. When you don't give a shit about the Palestinian lives, you are way readier to accept that this is perfectly valid and perfectly legal and perfectly just as a military operation. We've looked at the tunnels ourselves. Yes, inside the Hamas terror tunnels that Israel's been bombing. We covered it before. We had I think it was Hasan, right, that went down into the tunnel system. Yes, I watched it.
Hospitals, like we showed the evidence in Shifa Hospital, in other hospitals.
Like he says, we show the evidence in Shifa Hospital. They haven't. They have not.
We are now seeing it in live in Rantisi Hospital. An operation still conducting right now. Look,
What's your suggestion to fight Hamas then? Serious question. That's a great question. You cannot fight Hamas. You have to fight it politically. You have to eviscerate Hamas's political power. That's it. It's a political problem. Because the reality is, just like you can't fight the Taliban, just like you can't fight any of these other fucking like formations of civil governance, you can just do what you did in Afghanistan. Bomb it mercilessly, have the Taliban grow in its ranks, and then, fuck off and leave the country to them after you're done blowing the shit out of the country. You can't do that. There's no way. There's no way to engage with them in this way. My counter has been, what is your suggestion to fight mass shooters? Yeah. Like, this is a political problem. This is not a military problem. You cannot solve this militarily. That is precisely the reason why every single incursion into Gaza has led to no meaningful crippling of Hamas at all, because there are always going to be more people that want to survive, that want to live free, that want to be rid of the occupation. And the more you kill their parents, the more justified they feel about it.
Look at what Hamas is holding inside the hospital. I want you to understand.
Like, this is so funny. This always strikes me, ironically, as like, this literally feels like, what do you call it? It feels like the NYPD caught like the big drug ring bust, right? And then they have like one fucking dime bag or something. It always feels so funny. No, of course, they put it in the same area so they can film it. Chat, they gather it all into an area. But what you have to remember is like this is, with the exception of like the missiles and the grenades, this is like an average American compound. Okay? This is not like a serious, valid military target. They're trying to make this come across like as a serious, valid military target by putting all these fucking putting all these weapons in one area to be like, look at what we've extracted here. It's ridiculous. Average American car. Yeah, every average American is a valid military target. Yeah, drug bust photos with like 6 cell phones and $38 in ones and like 8 dime bags. You know what I mean? To be like, look, we busted up the worst operation we've ever found. And it's like, do you think dropping $250,000 worth of munitions into this fucking vicinity, just in this specific area, and then like deploying multiple brigades is justifiable for what you have extracted here? Do you think that even from a standpoint of like economy, does this make sense? To me, it does not. Right? No, you haven't missed me cover John Oliver yet. We will watch it.
This kind of gear is a gear for a major fight. These are explosives. These are...
Like, come on, dude. Come on. You literally have, like, more shit on you than what you're pointing to.
Vest with explosives. Yeah? It's a body vest for terrorists to explode on forces. Among hospitals, among patients, we have hand grenades, Kalashnikovs, and then we have the RPGs. People shooting RPGs from hospitals.
Yeah. They haven't been able to find one guy. There's the only evidence so far that the IDF has been able to show is like one guy with an RPG running in the vicinity of a hospital. I've seen that video. That's pretty much it. None of which justifies blowing up every hospital in the fucking strip. But it's crazy. How come there's no rocket launcher with RPGs? Is it fake? No, they probably fucking ran away. Like they when they blew up this area, the operatives probably fucking ran away. What do you mean? Anyway, I'm gonna run the 3-minute ad break here, by the way, before I forget, because I am forgetting. Okay, here.
This is Hamas firing RPGs for hospitals.
I hate this.
The world
I'm probably not
has
gonna
to
watch
understand who is Israel fighting against. We are now in the basement, and in this basement we found a motorcycle. They were all used in the massacre of the 7th of October. They even have bullets in this motorcycle. So they came back from the massacre on the 7th of October into Rantisi Hospital with hostages on a motorcycle. We're still researching this. Yards from here, we find the chair, a woman, clothes, and a rope. A rope next to the legs.
The fuck we're still researching this, whatever the fuck that is.
It's a baby bottle in a woman, clothes, and a rope. A rope next to the legs.
Great example. So how do you deal with that? By blowing it up? Really? Like, you're saying that these guys put the hostages there in the basement before they moved them to an actual tunnel system, and your fucking goal here is to what? Like, blow up the hospital so the Israeli victims die as well? Like, what the fuck?
And look above this. Look above it. It's a baby bottle. It's a baby bottle in a basement. Above a World Health Organization sign. This is a suspicion for an area where hostages were being held. We're now looking at an infrastructure. You don't need to build something improvisedly in a hospital in the basement. Unless you want to hold someone in the basement, you don't.
What? Abi tünelleri hiç bombalamadılar mı? Yok, bombalıyorlar. You can't. The only thing they can do is just like blow up the entrance to the tunnel, really. They don't want to go inside the tunnels. So they just like drop bombs. They will go up to a tunnel. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the videos, but I mean, I watch it. They'll go up to the tunnels. They'll go up to the tunnels through the entrance and like drop C4 into it. They don't want to go inside. And it's all a matter of like trying to defend, like it's all a matter of like trying to ensure that like no Israeli soldier dies, basically. And it's not a good way to conduct military operations, and most people would not conduct military operations in that way, especially in like such a dense urban area. And I literally mean like even the fucking American military, who's dog shit, okay, and genocidal. So no, literally, guys, you have to understand, like, the rules of engagement and the complicated math equation of like civilians versus valid military targets is completely unhinged in the way that Israel is conducting its operations in Gaza. Okay? Like, there is no comparison. There's no valid comparison. And part of it is because they just don't care about the civilians. They consider, in my opinion, they consider every single Palestinian civilian as an enemy combatant. Like, that's what I think is going on. Like, there is no justification for this whatsoever. And I think that's part of the reason why. That's part of the reason why they're just like talking about, you know, babies reading copies of Mein Kampf or whatever the fuck, right? Because it's like they partially want to, I don't know, they partially want to make it seem like it's you know, everyone's a legal target, a valid target. They're unironically not using combined arms tactics correctly from what I've seen. They all hide in the APCs, which means their armor has no cover from dudes or RPGs. Yes, same shit the Russians do, which is one reason why they've lost so much armor. Yeah, they are doing that. The difference is, you know, the CIA and the American military and like the entire Western world is not arming Hamas. Yeah. So, am I the only person who feels the evidence showed is a bit too convenient, like a woman's dress next to a robe and a baby bottle? I don't know. I mean, look, I have no reason to believe anything that the Israeli government has said, because like they lost that privilege a long time ago. But it could be true. It might not be planted. The point is, it's still not valid to fucking blow up a hospital on top of this placement area that they had for hostages for a brief moment. Okay, it's not.
Don't want anyone to see him. Again, we're in the same basement, and here we see diapers, and we see, I don't know, maybe something. We see diapers. I want you to see this room. It's in the basement of the hospital. We can see this area is a closed area.
Yeah, also, like, the explosive vest thing is weird because, like, I haven't heard of like a suicide bombing for a very long time. Like, I haven't heard of Hamas using suicide vests in combat, especially. I don't think that is a part of the modus operandi. They used to use suicide bombings on military targets, and then they swapped it over to not just military targets, but like civilian targets as well. But I haven't ever seen I haven't seen them use a suicide vest in a very long time, as a matter of fact.
From the rest of the hospital. We can see the ventilation air that was done improvisedly to this area. And we can see infrastructures that was built in here, toilets, shower, a small kitchen, will provide the terrorists their needs. Also conduct a hideout where terrorists take hostages and
I don't get it. Like, this is just the basement
now
of a
entering
hospital.
into the room where we suspect the hostages were being held. I want you to look at this room. People are putting curtains with nothing above, just wall. No reason to put here a curtain unless you want to film hostages and deliver a movie. There is a list. This list, in Arabic, this list says we are in an operation. The operation against Israel started in the 7th of October.
Okay, when I see this shit, I'm like, okay, dude, sure. I don't know why they didn't show the tunnel entrance under the hospital, though. I don't really understand what happened there. It's not a list; it's just dates and times. It's just a week calendar. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, this feels like a skit. What's going on? I don't know. It could be fucking true. I don't know.
She sits down. She covers her eyes. Her colleagues also in blue hospital gear put their arms on her.
We might not survive till the morning. We don't want to be killed here. Just only because we remain committed to our patients and our medical profession. I am calling for help urgently. Please do whatever you can through your government or the international, the ICRC, the Red Cross, to arrange a safe corridor for the medical staff. Please treat this as top urgent. This is the director of the major trauma hospital in Gaza. I'm going to leave you with one more message. To bomb a hospital means to terrify sleeping patients, to break windows over their heads, to make the walls tip onto their bodies, to rip out ventilators and burn oxygen tanks, to ruin equipment that can help human millions of times.
That was Dr. Tanya Hasan, pediatric intensive care physician who works with the humanitarian aid group Doctors Without Borders, reading an urgent message from the director of Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza, Dr. Nidal Hadrous. Dr. Hasan, thank you so much for joining us. You must be, to say the least, beyond exhausted. You were reading that statement in London. I last saw you in Jordan, and now you're in Toronto, Canada. Can you talk about the latest? That was Saturday. This is now 2 days later.
Yeah. Just to be clear, you know, this was a vigil with multiple healthcare providers present who have been working in the Gaza Strip for over a decade. And we're all in tears. I mean, every day we feel like we've reached the worst. And I'm going to quote one of my colleagues in Gaza, a young female surgeon, who said, every day we think that we've reached the worst thing that could ever happen, and it's impossible that the world will be silent to it, and it will definitely get better. And we finally reach the end. And then the next day it proves that there's something even worse. And I share that sentiment. We have descended into a very dark era for humanity. Let me just paint a picture for you of the conditions as far as I know them right now at Al-Shifa Hospital. I'd been receiving updates up until about an hour and a half ago. It's very difficult to receive updates. As you know, communication has been cut off, so they're intermittent. There's certain individuals who have intermittent connection. Al-Shifa Hospital is the largest trauma hospital in Gaza. It is under complete siege. It has been come under a direct attack by Israeli forces for over a week now. The medical staff, including Médecins Sans Frontières, MSF staff, are physically in the hospital at the moment. There are patients there in critical condition, hundreds of patients, and there are thousands of internally displaced individuals who are still inside that hospital, completely under siege, surrounded by Israeli tanks. They have no access to food. They're surviving on minimal dates and biscuits that are left in the hospital. They have no access to water. They describe being very thirsty. And as you know, they have no access to electricity. After the fuel supply was cut off, the electricity supply was cut off, and more recently, the solar panels were bombed. They describe over 100 bodies lying on the ground, decomposing, dead bodies that they cannot bury. This is after having to dig mass graves in the garden of the hospital. The morgues cannot be cooled to preserve the bodies. As you know, there's no electricity. So they're decomposing. The intensive care unit was targeted twice in the last 24 hours. There are 28 patients there. 2 of them have passed away over the course of the evening. These are the adult patients.
Someone messaged me about the idea of killing Israelis. The level of destruction would have been impossible by Hamas. But there's a lot of eyewitness testimonies, and we cannot investigate what's happened yet, but the evidence is there for everyone to see. What do you mean? She deleted this after enough people told her that this is just a calendar that lists the days of the week. No apology, of course. Found in the basement of the Rantisi Children's Hospital in Gaza, a schedule is showing the names of Hamas terrorists who guarded the hostages. Every name on this list is a dead man walking. I feel like it's Baghdad Airport version Gaza. Yeah.
They have no access to oxygen. Dialysis patients who require electricity to run the dialysis machines because they have kidney failure.
Chat. Israel's Western-focused propaganda relies on the West not really listening to Arabic speakers and not really knowing Arabic, right? I say this with all sincerity. They have also done this time and time again. They literally fucking posted a Arabic mother, a Palestinian mom, yelling about how Israel killed his children, his 30-year-old son, who was also a father himself. They fucking posted it. Their official account posted it, changed the subtitles underneath it to say like, oh, I hate Hamas. Hamas is actually killing us. Israel is going to save us. I much prefer Israel to Hamas. The fact that they can do that, like, shows me that they're just fucking gross. They're gross. There is no end to the madness here. There's no end to like whatever lies they will tell. And a lot of that is done specifically to flood the market with as much misinformation as possible and then move on because there's no repercussions for it. There is no repercussions for it whatsoever. You just move on. Millions of people see it, you delete it quietly, and then you move on. No media member has been like, why do you guys keep lying? I have yet to see a single fucking mainstream media person. So why does the official Israeli accounts and Israeli politicians routinely fucking lie about this shit?
Do not have access to those dialysis machines. I can describe to you in detail what death will look like for these patients. Toxins will develop in their bloodstream. They will become overloaded with fluid because they cannot pee it out. They cannot pee the toxins out either. They will feel very unwell. They will probably get very confused. They'll have difficulty breathing, and eventually they'll die. This is a slow, horrible, painful death, preventable, painful death, like all the deaths in Gaza. Anyone who moved inside the hospital is getting directly killed. 2 nurses were killed by snipers in the last 24 hours. Anyone who tries to leave the hospital is targeted. You mentioned the 38 premature newborns, 3 of whom who've died are currently outside of their incubators at risk of hypothermia without access to oxygen, and I'm not sure how they're going to provide them with all the things they need, including food. This is an entire hospital that's completely cut off, and we've had very little to no news from the other hospitals in the north of Gaza. Last we heard, they're completely surrounded, like Shifa hospital. And, you know,
Israel's justification for sieging the hospital is the claim that it's like the Hamas headquarters underneath it, and somehow that like Hamas is utilizing the hospital. As far as like the evidence that they've shown from this other hospital that was not in use at this point that they've blown up already, I'm not familiar with that other hospital, but as far as that other video that they showed, it's not good enough. It's not good enough to keep killing mercilessly and ruthlessly the people that are on top of this active hospital, including international doctors and Palestinian doctors alike, working round the clock to save people's lives, the best of their fucking ability.
We're in
Do we know that is even a hospital? I'm not sure about the other places they're saying.
a situation where there has been a systematic attempt to destroy civilian Palestinian livelihood and existence in all of Gaza, not just the north. 30% of the killed have been in the south of Gaza, which is supposed to be the safe zone. Humanitarian corridors, or so-called humanitarian corridors, are called the corridor of death by Gazans because they get directly targeted as they're trying to flee on these corridors. You know, Doctors Without Borders, and I mentioned, we're really struggling to contact a lot of the staff. One of my colleagues who I know at Shifa said, we are sure we are alone now. No one hears us. We are alone. MSF was established, one of the main principles of MSF's establishment by journalists and doctors decades ago was to provide testimony, this concept of témoignage, which means bearing witness, to provide testimony, to bear witness on these sorts of atrocities that are not exposed, and to relieve the suffering of those who experience them. And we're
The entire purpose of MSF is literally because the Western world does not give a shit about people dying overseas. So you have to put a fucking white face to it. You have to put a European face and a name to it. That's it. It's a wonderful thing that they do, by the way. Don't misunderstand me. But the real reason as to why it exists and operates is specifically so that people go, I can't really trust this Sudanese person. I can't really trust this Arab person. I can't really trust this Palestinian person. So let me listen to this white person. Like, let me listen to this person who's like an American, French, Canadian, you know what I mean? From the Western world. That is precisely the reason why they do this. Same with similar structure, the Reporters Without Borders as well. Now, obviously, listen to me. This is still, what they do is incredibly important. Like, the reason for why they have to exist, however, is mostly because the Western world will not hear the, in their Western-centric brains, will not hear out people who are victims. That is precisely the reason why when these doctors go on CNN and stuff, they don't ask them to condemn Hamas, right? But if you are a Palestinian doctor inside of Palestine, they ask you about Hamas and the fuel that Hamas is using, blah, blah, blah. Like, they do that shit all the time. But even then, it does not matter. Even then, at this point, it doesn't fucking matter. Because Israel has always had this carte blanche approach to being able to kill even white American citizens, as a matter of fact, as long as they are, trying to defend Palestinian lives. Rachel Corrie comes to mind, very public murder of Rachel Corrie in 2003. Blonde, young American woman activist, brave American activist from Washington, was ruthlessly slaughtered by an IDF bulldozer. That happened. Everybody saw it. Nobody did anything about it. So in this process, even Doctors Without Borders is not cutting it. People are just blind to it. Have you seen the Israeli representation of the UN? Yeah. Meanwhile, this is what the psychopathic Israeli ambassador to the UN is saying on UN. It's not doctors are all Hamas. Doctors Without Borders are Hamas. UNRWA is Hamas. The World Health Organization is Hamas.
Dr. Tedros, such as Mr. Lazzarini of UNRWA, such as Mr. Griffith of OCHA, from all the other libelous UN organizations committees, and also, sadly, from the Secretary General himself. They do not reflect the situation on the ground. Yes, diplomatic niceties require us to thank them for their work. But sadly, they are relaying falsehoods that are completely detached from reality. For years, the UN has refused to establish verification mechanisms that can provide us a truthful picture of reality. WHO is it that supplies the UN with these so-called facts. Sorry, who is it that supplies the UN with these so-called facts? Is this information coming from unbiased and impartial third parties? The answer is no. Every piece of information regarding the situation on the ground that this council receives comes from Hamas, not international UN employees in Gaza. I will remind the council that
the funniest part about this is that the reason why you can't have third-party international verifiers on the ground is because Israel kills them. This is in the eve of Israel killing 110 plus UN workers. And he's also simultaneously saying that the UN workers are also biased and liars. Like, what are you fucking saying? Like, you're literally saying they're biased liars, but also simultaneously you're saying they're Hamas adjacent, while simultaneously there's no international community like organizations there. It's like, how could there ever be when you kill them and then also call the ones that are there Hamas?
that Hamas, a genocidal terror organization, controls every facet of Gaza. Every number from the so-called Ministry of Health is Hamas. Many UNRWA workers in Gaza are themselves members of Hamas. The time has come to bust the myth of UN-supplied facts.
He says the UN won't establish third-party verification on the ground, which Israel doesn't allow, by the way. Just remember that. And then says the UN members themselves are Hamas. Okay. You're surrounded by Hamas militants, dog. Maybe we should let Israel deal with that in the way that Israel knows how to deal with it while you're in the building. You know what I mean? What the fuck is this?
Council is being spoon-fed lies by the very same terrorist organization that deliberately murdered and maimed thousands of innocent Israelis just 34 days ago. Hamas has ensured that every square meter of Gaza is under their complete reign of terror. Many ambulances drivers are Hamas members. Local contributors to international media are Hamas members. We saw this week that innocent photojournalists for Reuters and the New York Times not only documented Hamas's horrors, but crossed into Israel to film them with the terrorists themselves.
This literally was disproven. Yeah. Everyone is Hamas except for us, but maybe we're Hamas too. I don't know how to deal with that. You have to literally be. Their line is that the journalists could have stopped October 7th. Their line is a lie anyway. None of these fucking journalists were like embedded with Hamas, even though technically in a military operation, which October 7th was a brutal, barbaric, ruthless one, okay? There are fucking journalists embedded with the IDF right now as they're mercilessly slaughtering 1,000 times more children than Hamas did, okay? But it's not allowed to kill them. If you killed them, that would be completely unacceptable. The point is, those journalists were not embedded anyway, okay? The idea that like journalists embedded with militants that literally document their war crimes. They're not like fucking censoring their faces. They're literally documenting war crimes. Like, what the fuck are you complaining about? Like, you're mad that they are documenting war crimes, dog. That is insane. How are we supposed to know what the fuck is going on in the ground? Those dudes did something incredibly fucking brave. They took photos of everything that was going on October 7th. The idea that those guys are all Hamas and deserve death is insane. Especially when you use their photography to say, look at all the fucking war crimes that Hamas engaged in on October 7th. It blows my goddamn mind. Oh my God. But yeah, everyone is Hamas until I say so. Okay, that's it. Everyone is Hamas. Every single person is Hamas. They all deserve death. This will never stop. These guys are genocidal monsters, okay? Genocidal monsters. And no one is reining them in. I don't know what to fucking say. I don't know what to do. Yeah, the My Lai massacre literally had a U.S. Army journalist with them when they executed innocent civilians. All right, let's see this. In an extended interview, Krishnan Guru-Murthy asked Israel's ambassador
Do you have any empathy
to the UK, Tsipi Hotoveli, whether she has empathy for the Palestinian people. Watch in full. Let's take a look at the whole.
This small place of
Okay, that's too long. Let's
the
just
Palestinian position?
I have zero empathy to people that time after time.
Also, the 3-minute ad break is upon us. I'm gonna run it again. Sorry, I'm not. I'm just like blowing through it. I'm not doing it segues right now.
Refuse to recognize the right of the Jewish state to their homeland, the Jewish people in their homeland. I have zero sympathy because I want to live in a world where we can live together.
How can you live together?
But they deny my right to exist.
If you have zero empathy, in your own words, with those people.
No, it's not what I said. I said I have zero sympathy to the fact that they lost their land. They didn't lose their land. They committed the crime of attacking the small state of Israel after the UN decision.
So do you have any empathy with the Palestinian people?
Absolutely. I think that.
What is your empathy?
I think my empathy to the Palestinian people, that we could have had a flourishing region, having the best high tech, the best life.
That's an argument.
No,
I'm asking you share their pain for a moment.
So I'll just give you an example, okay? The best flourishing economic areas are in Judea and Samaria, where you have factories that have Palestinians and Israelis working together. That could have been the vision everywhere. But when you refuse to recognize the right of a Jew to exist.
This is so funny that she's saying that. That's in the West Bank. And it's literally because you can like exploit the Palestinians in the apartheid state, but also in the occupied West Bank that they're illegally occupying. That was the entirety of the Israeli economy, you dumb fuck. That was how it worked. Until Israel was like, oh shit, we can't use Palestinian cheap labor no more because honestly, like, we're too racist for it. We have to shut everything off. We have to just like make the occupation way worse for the Palestinians. Ridiculous to prop up the illegally occupied West Bank as like an economic flourishment when the conditions of said, economic boost comes from literally indentured servitude in the form of like being victim to an occupation. Get the fuck out of here.
This is where it fails. So I think this ideology that doesn't want Jews to exist, this is a tragedy. I don't think
that's not empathy.
No, what I'm trying to say, that empathy comes when you have the understanding that I have the right to exist. Unfortunately, there were people in Hamas that they showed that clearly, that they didn't believe that any of the Jewish people in the state of Israel need to exist.
So there is no, the truth is there is no empathy between
you and the Palestinian people. I have empathy for the tragedy of the leadership, yes. I have empathy that they're under the tragedy of their leadership.
This is a very hopeless conversation then, isn't it?
No, it's not, because I think what's really hopeless.
I like that every conversation with an Israeli official, if they're talking to a skilled interlocutor that genuinely wants to question them, rather than just like sit there and nod, always turns into literally becoming the bloodthirsty freaks that they say Hamas is. Are there people? Oh, okay. Shit. What's the last one? This is the last one, right? Am I clothed? What am I wearing on the? Okay. Shouldn't have eaten this much, but it'll be fine. Like, it's insane to me that they'll be like, Hamas are bloodthirsty monsters that want to kill all the Jews. Like, they hate the Jews. And then they turn around and literally behave in the exact same way that they claim Hamas is, okay? And I'm sure there's people like that in Hamas. Yeah, we know that there are people like that in Hamas, for sure. But the difference is they're not getting interviewed by fucking Channel 4 and every other fucking news outlet. Like, Anderson Cooper isn't going up to, like, Ismail Haniyeh and being like, so, can you tell us what's going on with why it's totally legal and valid to do October 7? Like, it's nuts. It doesn't work that way. Can you imagine? Like, in a role reversal world where, like, Anderson Cooper is, like, in Gaza talking to fucking Ismail Haniyeh or Doha, and he's like, yeah, these Jews, they do not recognize our right to exist, which is why we hate them and want to wipe all of them out. And then Anderson Cooper's like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. Thank you for that conversation. Now we're going to talk about how bloodthirsty the Israelis are. Like, it would never work that way. It's just insane. It doesn't work that way. Everyone would say that's fucking ridiculous. But Israel gets to do that every fucking day, every goddamn day on television.
Is to build imaginary solutions. What's really hopeless is to think that a terror organization is something that will never hurt you. I think that the imaginary and the illusionary discourse that many people have need to be stopped. You cannot build peace on lies and illusions.
It's all projection. I'm losing my mind. Oh, I saw this. I think he bodies this guy, right?
Because it's a convenient response, isn't it, that every time there is an Israeli strike on some sort of facility inside Gaza, you just tell us that Hamas is operating there and that's why you're fighting back. We understand that.
I'm sorry.
The UN here, though, is saying that its facility, the UN, internationally recognized body, the UN says that its facility in Gaza was attacked by your forces overnight and this morning reporting a significant number of deaths. The point is that is in contravention of international humanitarian law, and people need somewhere that is safe to go if you are telling them to evacuate from the north of Gaza.
I have to push back because the insinuation in your question is that Israel takes pleasure at taking pot shots at civilian facilities.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying at every...
Oh, dude. They're killing a fuck ton of people, but they don't take any pleasure in it. Okay, never mind. That's fine, dude. Again, having like an Al-Qassam guy go on television, can you imagine him being like, listen, we take no pleasure. We take no pleasure in killing Israeli children. We don't want to do it. We don't want to fucking do it, but we just got to do it. Now, even in that situation, like, it's not even comparable because, like, Hamas has no capabilities of doing October 7 over and over again. You know what I mean? Israel is already done by the most valid metrics 10 October 7ths. Okay? They've done 10 of those over the course of the past month. Like, think about that. They have all the power. They are the occupying force. They could just not do any of those things. This notion of, like, whether you take pleasure in it or not is completely ridiculous. It has nothing to do with the conversation at all. Oh, you don't like blowing up hospitals? Shit, man. Well, you sure do it a lot. You sure keep doing it. Can you stop? If you don't like it, maybe stop. That'd be great.
Response you make to my suggestion that you are targeting people when they are trying to find somewhere safe to go is that you tell me Hamas is operating there. This is a UN facility.
Because, Ben, Hamas has spent the last 16 years embedding itself underneath civilian areas in Gaza, building its headquarters under the hospital, exploiting ambulances, putting its own, our troops have just discovered rocket launchers and weapon silos inside schools inside classrooms, next to children's bedrooms.
So that justifies attacking those targets, even though there are, as we've seen this morning, babies in the hospital. We've seen that innocent civilians are in the UN facilities.
The answer, which I don't know why it's cut out before, is yes. The answer is yes. Yeah.
Because it's a convenient response, isn't it? That every time there is an Israeli strike on some sort of facility inside Gaza, you just tell us that Hamas is operating there and that's why you're fighting back. We understand that.
Sorry.
Anyway.
Or there is a safe evacuation for those babies, but it takes very specialized medical equipment to do that.
Okay, hence the call on the part of the WHO for action on this. In the meantime, there's been conflicting reports coming through overnight about the hostages. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking to the US network NBC, saying that a deal is possible, could come about, and yet we're getting reports from Reuters, via Reuters, Hamas saying no, they've stopped talking because of the attacks on Shifa.
Well, first of all, when it comes to the hostages, we have had for weeks speculation, the sense that perhaps a deal to release a large number of hostages in exchange for a ceasefire and possibly also the release of Palestinian prisoners held by Israel. Those kinds of discussions have been going on for a long time, and at various points people have said, including leading officials, that something could be close, and then it hasn't come to fruition. So it's hard to read too much into either what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying or these denials by Hamas. I mean, my sense, talking to somebody over the last week who's familiar with the negotiations, is that the process is very intense. It is certainly happening. One of the big problems is
chat. Even to logistically allow hostages breathing room so they can like get above ground. Hasan is unsubstantiated, bad faith, small-minded propagandist. Thank you. Sasuke's. Following since October 17th. The notion that I am unsubstantiated because I don't like fucking eat the dog shit that Israel is peddling that keeps getting fucking disproven in a matter of like 3.5 seconds is the saddest level of copium that you could ever arrive at. Mr. I don't cover breaking news. You are? No. You don't have to block all these fucking dipshits, dude, even with their sock accounts. Because they're operating there, lol. Did the Allies take pleasure in World War II? Name one blown up hospital. Maybe some got their paint scuffed. Dude, that is insane. That is insane. They blew up a fucking cancer ward. They blew up in the Al-Ahli hospital. They blew up the cancer ward with a fucking artillery show 3 days before the fucking back and forth happened. They've dropped bombs on damn near every hospital. Okay? Sure, they haven't leveled them. Not all of them. Give me Aquafina. What does that mean? Is that like a racist thing? Mr. I don't cover breaking news. Omega lol. You are lol. It's a Omega lol is a water brand. No, someone said your username is racist. I don't know why they said that. Anyway, I mean, I think your entire existence is racist to me. The way that you're fucking operating in this chat is so psychotic. But please, just think about this a little bit. Think about this with a shred of morality, and you will recognize that like Israel's actions are utterly and entirely unjustifiable. People keep referencing World War II due to Allied bombing in World War II. We got the Geneva Conventions and the IHL to stop disproportionate effects on civilians relative to military advantage. No, literally. Exactly. That's why we did that. Okay? That's why we did that. That's the whole point. Even though America does still violate it quite regularly, but nobody violates as aggressively as Israel does. It is fucking ridiculous. Holy shit. That's awesome. Oh my God, that's your butt. Okay, No, Chatter said that it's an offensive username because Aquafina sucks. Hasan spreading misinfo. Oh, that's why they said it was offensive. I don't get it. I don't understand how you could be this way. Like, explain how this is morally or legally permissible without fucking coming across as like a bloodthirsty racist monster. If your family was down there, whether held hostage by Hamas or if your family members were there, okay, because they were living in Gaza, you would never want this massive military superpower to come in and blow up the entire fucking block. You would not want that. You would not want that at all. But because you do not think that those people that are literally being blown up right now are real human beings that deserve a life of dignity, rights, liberties, that have dreams, right? You don't think about them like that, that it's totally just an afterthought for you. Okay? So go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me why this is a valid thing to do. Without trying to be like, well, Hamas is using them. Hamas is using the places. Hamas is using the hospitals. Hamas is doing this. Hamas is doing that. You can't. He's conveniently talking about the Hebron massacre and dismissing the Camp David hotel bombing in Deir Yassin, Tantura, Sabra, and Shatila. Or any number of different... I mean, he's currently talking about the Hebron massacre and likening it to October 7th. Well, simultaneously fucking not talking about... Well, simultaneously defending Israel's actions. So I know what his perspective is. I just want to hear it from him. It's such an odd line of defense that has never worked for me. I don't know why. Like, maybe I just don't just eat it, hook, line, and sinker. But it is such a weird thing to be like, we're bombing the shit out of this, like, civilian population, and it's totally valid to do that because, like, Hamas is there. Like, that doesn't work. That would never work in any other circumstance. Think about it domestically. That would not work. You would never allow in a million fucking years an entire city block to be wiped out because there's like a mass shooting that occurred there. Okay? It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. That has never happened. That has never happened in a million fucking years. It will never be appropriate. So why are you so desperately trying to make it seem like it's appropriate in this circumstance?
It's actually around communication because you have Qatar, which hosts the political offices of Hamas, acting as mediators. But certainly in the Israeli media, it's being suggested it can take anything up to 2 days for messages from the Israelis and responses to come back from...
I'll give you a good example. The WACO siege. Ruby Ridge, or the Waco siege, completely unacceptable acts of cruelty that many dumbfuck Americans, regardless of whether they agree with the fucking psychotic right-wingers or not, would recognize as an absolutely unacceptable way of dealing with a cult. Okay? So what the fuck do you mean? Like, why is the Israeli the Israeli movement here, the Israeli Air Force and its operations, seen as like seen as morally permissible when it's like 1,000 Wacos, 10,000 Wacos? They're not building the studio behind me. They're getting dressed up and stuff. We're shooting photos today for the nude calendar. No, nude calendar. I already shot most of my photos. I have to I have to get up and get dressed and get ready in like 20 minutes, and and then I'll come back after I'm done shooting. I have one last thing that I need to shoot.
So it's clearly very, very difficult, but it seems that that possibility does remain on the horizon of a possible release and potentially a large number. But beyond knowing that the discussions, it seems, have been continuing up until this point, I don't think we can speculate much more.
Okay, thank you for now, Tom Bateman in Jerusalem for us. Well, now let's bring you a special report from our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, who assesses what could happen next in Gaza and in Israel.
The beds were full when Mossab Sobir was brought in wounded. Gaza's medics have to improvise. And a photo of premature babies at Shifa, the main hospital in Gaza, swaddled to stay alive after their incubators stopped working when the power ran out. All born in the cruelty of war.
Yeah, imagine if the Klan started doing terrorist bombings. You wouldn't support corporate bombing the South. Exactly. I would never support that. There are Nazis that operate within the U.S. military. I would not support nuking the entirety of the United States. There are Nazi cells that operate with no repercussions whatsoever in the South. I do not believe in blowing them up. Just like I do not agree in blowing up the entirety of Israel because of the IDF conduct so far. Okay?
In the other Hamas-Israel wars, it would be time for a ceasefire by now and back to the same uneasy status quo until the next explosion. News teams can't cross into Gaza, so they come to Sderot, the nearest Israeli town, to look in. Perhaps the biggest question is what happens in Gaza the day after? Who's going to be in charge? Israeli occupiers? An international force? Palestinians? If so, which Palestinians? This time it's different. The cost in lives from the Hamas attacks to Israel's response has thrust the conflict into unknown territory. With Israel on the attack, Prime Minister Netanyahu rejected America's day after plan. The US wants the Palestinian Authority, rivals to Hamas, to run Gaza after the fighting, and then a Palestinian state alongside Israel. Netanyahu opposes Palestinian independence and wants Israel to control security. Danny Yatom, once the Israeli spy chief, said that's why the Prime Minister snubbed Israel's most important ally.
Israel should not stay too long in the Gaza Strip. One. Secondly, it will not be able to leave the Gaza Strip unless all the abductees are in our hands, back in a peaceful situation, and we won, we succeed. Hamas, we won the war against Hamas. Now, there is a need to define what does it mean exactly to win. I define it as the collapse of Hamas as a body.
Yeah, everyone says this is not a real valid military objective, and it's one that you can't really enforce, okay? Like, even, I mean, it's not even one that you can totally enforce. It's certainly one that you can actually achieve without killing a shit ton. In my opinion, I think this is just a justification for an ethnic cleansing campaign. It's the shield, the true purpose of why Israel is behaving in the way that it is in the Gaza Strip, okay? That's it. What's going on? Okay.
As an organization, losing its chain of command.
Israelis are united behind their army, but not their prime minister. These demonstrators outside his office in Jerusalem believe he is pandering to the hardline Jewish nationalists who keep him in power. Another big question for Israelis is the future of their prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. He was a divisive figure before the 7th of October, And since then, a lot of Israelis have started to blame him for the security and intelligence and military errors that allowed Hamas to attack with such devastating consequences. There's anger that after Hamas killed and abducted so many, mostly Israeli civilians, military and intelligence chiefs accepted their share of the blame and the Prime Minister did not. And pressure is growing for a ceasefire in exchange for hostages.
What is fighting Hamas, okay? Of course, the Hamas needs to be taken down, okay? But the question of how to do it is also a significant question. And before I want to kill one single terrorist, I want each and every one of these people home. I want the 10-month-old baby home. I want the 86-year-old home. I want that more than I want dead terrorists. Once they're home, we can finish the job.
The pain and hatred unleashed since the 7th of October might overwhelm all those who still believe in peace, not permanent war. Almost every day in the West Bank, they bury more Palestinians killed in Israeli raids. This side of the occupied Palestinian territories is becoming the war's next battleground. The only answer, Western leaders say, is to revive the two-state solution, independent Palestine alongside Israel, a failed idea that survives only as a slogan. Sabri Saidam, an advisor to the Palestinian president, has heard it all before.
I think it's empty, it's meaningless if it continues to be this way. If you want to do things, don't just talk, you need to walk the talk and you need to implement things. If we continue with this sloganeering without any results whatsoever, we're getting nowhere.
When this war started, Joe Biden warned Israel not to be blinded by rage, as America was after the 9/11 attacks by Al-Qaeda. Now, Israel's tactics are alarming the Americans. They reiterate support for Israel, but say too many Palestinians have been killed by the war machine they helped Israel build. Inside Gaza, Israeli military censors say we can't show the faces of soldiers we filmed. Senior Western diplomats, firm Israeli allies, told the BBC that ending the war and dealing with the aftermath will be difficult and messy. The wall between Jerusalem and the West Bank is a monument to the death of the last peace process. So, what do we know? Well, events since the attacks of October the 7th have shown that this conflict is not something that Israel can manage and the rest of the world can ignore. There's also the history of a century of conflict between Arabs and Jews for control of this land, and that shows that there's no military solution. So if the current bloodshed doesn't lead to a new and serious attempt to make peace, then there'll be more wars for more generations. But war hardens hearts. In Gaza today, in a brief pause, thousands more Palestinians fled the Israeli offensive. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Imagine if one of these newborns was your child. Alive, we believe, at the time the photo was taken.
Immediately I knew this has to be Channel 4. Like, that's why I scrolled down. That's why I scrolled down, because I was like, there's no way that they would start this strong if it was just BBC. Channel 4's coverage on this has been pretty good.
According to doctors at Shifa hospital, fuel for generators has run out. Babies taken off incubators, huddled together to stay warm. What would you say to Hamas, accused of using them as human shields? What would you say to Israel, who've been bombing day and night for a month?
The staff of the Shifa hospital has requested that tomorrow we will help the babies in the pediatric department to get to a safer hospital. We will provide the assistance needed.
But what and where exactly is safer? Premature babies, kidney patients, specialist surgery. Thousands at Al-Shifa are now either being treated or taking refuge. and the tomorrow Admiral Hagari speaks of is now today.
What people don't seem to understand is that Al-Shifa is the main tertiary hospital. It's a hospital that does really complex things, and no other hospitals do those things. So these patients haven't got anywhere else to go.
So in other words, the offer doesn't really mean very much.
I think any offer to help should always be taken in that spirit. But the most helpful thing would be to cease the fighting right now. That's the practical thing. It would be also what we'd like to see is the hostages returned, and the fighting to cease.
As we go to air, the Red Crescent saying Al-Quds Hospital in Gaza City is out.
Here's a theory, okay? For every single person, for everyone that like constantly talks about Hamas or whatever, the reason why I say that this is simply an expression, one very violent one, of emancipation from the occupation, from a militant faction that is internationally recognized as terrorist, that is Islamist fundamentalist, okay? The reason why this is a unhelpful way to talk about the situation is because the question is this: if it wasn't Hamas, but instead the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine that openly said that they were, or if it was Fatah, for example, that they were secular, they were liberal, right? And they still engaged in attacks on military targets. Only military targets, no civilians whatsoever. Okay? Yeah, they are, you can call them terrorists, they're literal definitional terrorists. Yes, terrorism, however, is a legal designation, or a political designation given to people to deny them their habeas corpus, to deny them the actual normal ways of dealing with enemy combatants. That's it. There's like, it's it. The difference is between like Russia or what Russia is doing is I can't believe I'm even making a comparison here. Like Hamas and Russia are not even comparable. Like it's just, one is a state actor, the other one is considered an enemy combatant militia force that is outside of the boundaries of like the Western world. Why are we saying Hamas like that now? I'm just, every time I say that, I'm just like making fun of the way people say that. Okay? If it wasn't Hamas, but it was, let's say, Fatah that was in charge of the Gaza Strip, do you think that they would not engage in some kind of violent retaliation when Israel behaved in the way that it did in the West Bank or even in Gaza? Of course they would. Now, let me ask you this question. If they were not blowing up civilians and doing ruthless shit to civilians like they did on October 7th, okay, and instead only killed military members, if it was Fatah and they killed only military members on October 7th, do you think Israel would not be retaliating in this exact same way? If they only killed 200 military members, they blew up military headquarters, they killed a bunch of fucking military members, do you think Israel wouldn't be behaving in this exact same way? Of course they would. They would retaliate in the exact same way. Not only that, we know already. We know they've done much less than October 7th, and the retaliation has always been asymmetrical, disproportionate. Hold on. One second, chat. Right,
Of service. Flee down south to Khan Yunis. The bombs are falling here too. NASA hospital still functioning for now.
We thought that Al-Shifa hospital was a safe place, but it wasn't. If we had stayed another 5 minutes, we would have been killed. They started to bomb us, and we ran away from Al-Shifa. My son got injured, so I left him there. I just couldn't take him with me.
IDF footage released today against an awful spreadsheet of war. Thousands of dead Palestinian children, 240 Israeli hostages still held by Hamas. And tonight, what little progress had been mooted behind the scenes appears to have stalled. Hamas suspending negotiations for hostage release because, they said, of Israel's handling of the Al-Shifa hospital.
Well, let's go live now to our foreign affairs correspondent, Sikander Kamani, who's in Tel Aviv. Sak, some very distressing images today.
Yeah, that's right. And I've just been speaking to a doctor at Al-Shifa hospital on the phone. He said that no one had been evacuated from the hospital. He said that of those very young babies you saw in the report, 2 tragically died yesterday, another one died earlier today, and he was deeply concerned that none of them would survive because they're, he said, trying to do their best and keep them warm in the operating theatre where they're being kept, but they still...
For Israel, it's always a matter of ascertaining a viable pretext to commit violence. Anything in their eyes is an escalationist sneeze in their direction. Nuclear operations on an orphanage. Yes. My point is this, guys. It doesn't matter. Everybody goes Hamas this, Hamas that, or whatever, and they talk about like the faction. They talk about like the political motivations of Hamas, pointing to the 1988 charter, and not pointing to. Yeah, we went through this. Hasan is a buy. We went through this already. The propaganda of it is that I don't know if this was like a placing area for the hostages at a certain point. I don't know if this is was an active hospital in the time of its bombing. And ultimately, I don't think they show that there's any tunnel network leading out of this area. And like this is just a regular calendar and not like a terror calendar in the way that they're claiming it is. This could very easily be like a area for people to shelter under the intense bombing campaign, or it could very well be an area that the militants used as a placement area, as a placing area before they went to the tunnel system. Now, having said that, it could also quite literally be like an area that they make a makeshift area for the doctors to fucking live in and their family members to live in. As we found out that according to the doctors that personally fucking gave their own testimony on like where their families are. A lot of the doctors and their families have literally migrated into the hospitals and live inside of the hospitals. So what would it mean for it to be a terror calendar? What are they trying to imply? No, everything that they're showing is like, this is terrorism. This is for terrorism. The thing I was trying to explain to everybody is that, like, do you think Hamas not being secular is the reason why some of them kill civilians? Fuck no. No, the reason why they fucking... we're not done, are we? Oh, you don't have the GIMP outfit? We did a 3... Oh, I thought it was... Okay. All right. All right, bye, Will. It's not a GIMP outfit. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. I don't know what it is. This is utterly bizarre. It clearly shows a basement in a WHO-run hospital that was being used as a bomb shelter, but the presence of toilets, showers, and diapers and chairs become evidence of hostage stories. The hostage list is a calendar with nothing but days and dates. It could be. Oh, it's hair and makeup time? Okay. All right, well, I'm going to get hair and makeup done right now. But we'll be back. I'll be back in a second. Here, you deal with chat for now while I do that. No, not a ghillie suit. Okay, here. All right, chat. Play it off this playlist. Oh. Yeah, just make sure that there's no... Yeah, just sit here and make sure that there's no fucking TOS, I guess.
Okay. All right, well, I was going to do some fun, chill time. Oh, we're just going to do politics. Okay.
Still are unable to run the incubators that they need. Now, Israel says that last night it tried to drop off 300 liters of fuel for the hospital, and it alleges that Hamas then prevented staff from accessing that fuel. This doctor I was speaking to denies that. He says that no one from the hospital was able to go and access the field because he says they were too worried about being shot by Israeli forces. He also said that 300 litres of fuel would do very little because the hospital needed at least 10,000 litres of fuel to keep running. It seems there's a real war of narratives between the two sides, as well as the real and very deadly war going on.
You're like a substitute teacher who like just puts a video on for the class because he is not qualified to teach the curriculum at all, and he's just like, watch this, kids.
Hamas has said that it's reportedly breaking off negotiations because of the events around Al-Shifa hospital, negotiations around the fate of the Israeli hostages. There had been reports of a deal underway to free a large number of them, but it's unclear what level of progress had been made.
Sikander, thanks very much. Well, Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner is a spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces, and he joins me now from Tel Aviv. Lieutenant Colonel, you were hearing there from our correspondent about this terrible stalemate over the fuel for Al-Shifa hospital. Premature babies are at risk of dying, dozens of them. Will you undertake to suspend military operations until they are safe?
Kathy, this evening and overnight, the IDF has conducted extensive efforts in order to alleviate some of the challenges that the people of Gaza, and specifically the people in Shifa hospital, are facing. He rightly pointed out that we tried to supply, not without risk, mind you, some 300 liters of fuel to the hospital. We put it out. The soldiers were carrying it. And unfortunately, the hospital, which it appears that Hamas is preventing the access to get the fuel for the hospital itself.
OK, so while this horrendous stalemate continues, and the hospital, by the way, says that it needs 10,000 litres of fuel, you know, it's a war of words, it's a war of narratives. Will you not undertake a humanitarian pause just to ensure the safety of these incredibly vulnerable patients?
We're trying to give the access, the needs for the people in the hospital, specifically for the babies, while we're trying to increase efforts in order to evacuate them. You know, nobody wants to see these images. It is indeed tragic and horrifying what the people of Gaza are going through. But ultimately, if Hamas is preventing 300 liters from going into the Shifa hospital, why wouldn't they prevent 10,000 liters? Why wouldn't they prevent 1 million liters?
OK, but you speak of evacuating the babies there. You speak of evacuating the babies. How can you evacuate babies that are so vulnerable? And so I wonder whether the only answer isn't for a pause in fighting to ensure their safety.
There is no fighting at the hospital. People can evacuate the hospital. We've seen tens of thousands of people evacuate over the last few days, over the last 5 days. More than 200,000 people have evacuated.
OK, so where are they going to go? Because nowhere in Gaza is safe at the moment, is it? We've seen bombing in the south, and premature babies cannot be evacuated.
Get his ass. Kathy, where there's a will, there's a way. We've been trying to make that way in the last 24 hours extensively. The only will that is being prevented here is Hamas's will to continue to hold 239 Israelis hostage, to continue to hold the 2 million people of Gaza hostage. We are in a war that we did not choose. They strategically opened a war with Israel. They have to go. This is what we are determined to do.
OK, so is the most urgent priority, and apologies for interrupting, but we're running short of time.
United Nations facility.
If I could just ask this
is
question.
A challenge that we are facing. Yeah. We are determined to make sure that they never wield this sword of death.
I'm sorry that we're running short of time, but is the most urgent priority now to tackle the Hamas fighters that you say are in this hospital, or to save these premature babies and other patients?
Absolutely. We are trying to save these babies. This is exactly what we've been doing since Admiral Hagari spoke yesterday. This is what we've been trying to do. Hamas have been putting barriers in it. And the Ministry of Health in Gaza, which is Hamas's Ministry of Health, is just a tool in the theater of death. This is what they're doing. This is what they're trying to do. Instead of being part of the solution, they are continuing to be part of the problem. This is the true tragedy of the people of Gaza. This is why they are being held hostage. This is what needs to be dealt with, Kathy.
Lieutenant Colonel Peter Lerner, thank you very much for joining us. Joining me now.
Right. Well, that was fucking depressing. That guy's a fucking demon. Okay. How about like a 10 to 15 minute palate cleanse from the politics for a sec. I'll just field some questions regarding Iran or anything really. Little fun time palate cleanse. How about that? Then we'll get back into the bleak, horrific reality that we're all subjected to every day. I need some fucking background music or something. Hang on. Some lo-fi. You guys got like lo-fi, right? Alright, chat's moving so fast, no one will realize I'm gay. Oh god, okay, hold on. Chat is actually moving way too fast. Will there be hole in the calendar? Yes. Speaking to the microphone, sorry, my voice is not as like booming and crazy as Hasan, so his noise gate is very aggressive. Yes, to anybody who doesn't understand what's going on, currently all members of Iran, Hasan, Will, Cutie, Austin are filming doing a photo shoot for a nearly nude calendar. I have been capturing some BTS for it as well, so that our Patreon will get some BTS of that as well. So yeah, nearly nude. It's nearly nude calendar. It's completely nude calendar. Yeah. Hasan wants me to tell you guys that he's the only one, for the record, that did not pack his pants. He's the only one who did not pack his bulge. He didn't put anything in his underwear to make his hog look bigger, whereas Austin and Will, yeah, they used cups. He's holding me at gunpoint to tell you that. He's making me say that. But yeah, Iran, lots of fun stuff happening in the Iran world. Nearly nude calendars in the works. We just finished our set, which will be out in the next couple episodes. And, we are doing a really fun collaboration video tomorrow. We're shooting a very fun collaboration video tomorrow, which I'm super excited about. I don't think I can leak it, but it'll be fun. It'll be cool. It'll come out in the next couple months too. But yeah, Iran stocks. Invest in Iran stocks. And there's also a new episode today that dropped. So, go watch that once Hasan goes offline. Leak it. Great episode. Marche, have you watched The Bear? Yeah, I love The Bear. How did you become the VTS cameraman for IRL streams? Just by having immaculate vibes. Basically, I just meet streamers in this circle, and then they're like, yo, this guy, he's got a chill vibe. And so they put me on. They're like, I'm gonna put you on now. Please get this demon off the screen. You're so right. You're so based for that, actually. We'll just make the whole screen chat. How about that? It's you guys. Look. Life. Saved. Anyway, here's your 10 to 15 minute palate cleanse with Uncle Marche before we get back into it. We interrupt this broadcast for 10 minutes of Q&A and fun and vibes. Don't worry, he'll be back. He's just taking his clothes off and taking pictures real quick. March, what streamers, if any, do you watch for fun? I honestly am a HasanAbi head. That's who I throw on to radicalize me most of my free time. It's crazy to think, I was a HasanAbi head for 2 years prior to starting to work with him, and I worked at a company called 100 Thieves, which Will used to be signed to. And then, oh my god, if you guys could see what Hasan is wearing right now. I just got flashbanged. But then Will approached me to do Iran, and I'm like, damn, I work with Hasan. He used to be my favorite streamer, and I fucking hate that guy. I'm just kidding, I love him. But I hate him, he's such a himbo. He's one of us. I'm literally in chat with you guys almost every day. For real. Mainly a politics frog. You're from LA? Yeah, I'm in LA. Hassel. Does he beat you? Yeah, he locks me in the next room over, and then summons me to do the podcast, and then locks me away in that room again. until it's time to film again. But pays me well. Not that I get to leave or spend the money at all, but I am a co-owner of the podcast, you know? Socialism. This socialism shit is crazy, y'all. Wait, what was this? What was your favorite episode of Serial Experience Lane? I don't know, man. I haven't watched that anime in forever. Have your political blog? I'm not gonna. What fear and tiers the calendar? We haven't decided how we're gonna do it yet, but it'll probably be. It's gonna be available to every Patreon member at the very least, and we're considering opening it up to the public and then just having Patreon members get first dibs and discounts. But it might just be a Patreon exclusive. We haven't decided that yet. Are you going to the final Good Faith Forever show? Yes, I am. I will be there. Marche, does he let you have favorite movie, favorite food? If you can't tell, also, I'm a little congested. I've been like a little sick lately, so sorry if I seem like low energy and a little out of it. That's why. Why, chat? I wish I could show you guys. Actually, I can leak some stuff. Let me leak some stuff. I'm the producer. I can leak whatever the fuck I want. Oh, can't leak fear and stuff. Bitch, I made the show. Here, I'll leak a little bit of the set. I'll give you guys a little taste, okay? Just a little taste. Patreon members have seen this. But for any Fear and viewers in the chat who haven't seen, here's a little taste of the new set. Is that gonna focus? Might not focus. If it doesn't focus, you guys aren't getting anything. Ooh, that's all. That truly is a leak. There's not much going on in this picture. You can't see shit. Why is it not focused? Whatever. Leak this. Use dark mode. It was focusing. Japan again? Yeah, dude, so the other thing is like new mic for Marche in terms of like for the podcast. Oh my God, Austin, you want to walk over here? You want to show them? Okay. They look insane. This is the craziest one yet. How old are you? I'm 28 years old and I guess I'm from California. Okay. That's what we're working with. Who the fuck is this? Uncle Marche, bro. People have already forgotten me because Hasan doesn't IRL stream anymore because he doesn't fucking leave his house. People in Hasan's community have already forgotten all the good times we had. Remember Uncle Marche, where I'd carry you guys around all over London and all over Japan? Now he just never leaves his home, and so you never see me anymore. OGs remember, though. Uppies? Uppies? Who remembers Uppies? You remember you're all grown up now. You forgot about me. But to anybody who actually doesn't know, because he gets a lot more viewers on his sit-down stream, so there's probably not a lot of faces here. I'm Marche. I produce Hasan's podcast, Fear and. I'm just Hasan's producer in general for anything that isn't his sit-down content. So, and right now, he's using me to vamp and keep you guys stimulated while he's doing a photo shoot off camera. Because I know you guys are all iPad kids and needs constant stimulation. Or rather, he knows that, and so he tagged me in. Any plans on having a camera on you in the podcast? So when I built the podcast, I was very thoughtful with like the blueprint I was trying to go with. And I've answered this question before, but basically whenever I watch podcasts, I fucking hate when like producers off camera chime in or have a camera on them. So I made the conscious decision to not do that with myself. So that's why I don't. Maybe that'll change in the future, but I don't know. I just like hate watching pods and then like some faceless producer. Keep the young Jamie off camera, that's what I'm saying. Even just a mic. Where's the set photo on Patreon? It's hidden. It's there, but it's hidden. It's a little Easter egg. Pull that shit up, March. But we love Dan. I mean, I like Dan too. Don't get me wrong. I just, yeah. Thanks for holding chat in Japan. Hope we can do it again. I mean, the plan is to go to Japan. There's plans right now to go to Australia, to go to Japan. Yeah, but I just like anything in Hasan's life, I'm gonna get like a 1 week notice before it actually happens, and like I have to just be nimble and constantly just be available because that's the life I live. And I'm not complaining. It's awesome. It just means that I can't have any deep or meaningful relationships or friendships or time to see anybody that I actually care about because I'm a slave to my career, and I have my dream job though. Oh, okay. Grab the guns, yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Here you go. What else? Cutie just walked in here, dressed to the nines, and grabbed a couple guns from this room and then walked off. Thank you for producing. Thank you for watching. Yeah. You don't need to thank me for producing. Thank you to everybody who like watches our stupid little show and stuff. It literally, I mean, I've mentioned this before, and not to get like too cringe or real for a second, but everybody on camera that's on Fear End, they're already rich gajillionaire streamers with their own careers. But Fear End has like truly like changed my life and give me financial stability and freedom that I've never had before. So that's why I will forever be grateful to people who support our show. Thank you. Yippee! March right now. Fear End is made possible by viewers like you. Yeah. Gamble 10 racks. Yeah, I mean. Listen, man. I'm so close to winning. I can feel it. As soon as March touched some greens, this socialism shit. Yeah, this socialism shit is crazy. One more. Yeah. Get it twisted. March replaces Hasan for an episode on the podcast. People would not. That would be our worst episode. It'd be a 10. That would be a 10 out of 10 episode. And like 10 out of 10 means bad on YouTube. Sorry if it bothers you, but do you have a lazy eye like me? I do have a slightly lazy eye, but it's because I have glaucoma in one eye. But apparently you can get it fixed. Apparently there's like surgeries that you can like fix that. So I don't know. Maybe I'll look into doing that. I don't know. Is it bad? Pretty bad, huh? A little insecure about it. Yes, don't say yes. It's so mean. Call up Mr. Beast. Oh, I didn't develop glaucoma. I was born with it, so it's not a big deal. I never noticed. Okay, someone's lying. What's your game of the year? I haven't really done. This is probably the year I've done the least gaming, but probably Final Fantasy 16. That game was sick, but I haven't really gamed that much, so. Like, I didn't play Baldur's Gate. I'm sure it's fire. Glaucoma. please stream more. I always tell myself I'm going to, but it's just between all the stuff I do for Fear and then I still work for Ray full time as well. And then trying to like maintain a healthy balance of like social life and personal like relationships. I'm like, dude, streaming is such a time sink that I mean, I should do it and I want to, and I do enjoy it when I do it, but it's hard to do consistently, especially like, for example, like Hasan's crazy. Like he streams too much, if anything. Any Fear and leaks? I just leaked. Rewind the tape. Are Hasan and Ray ever actually going to do the blacksmithing stream? I believe so. I'm sure I'll be filming it. Tell me we get you the rest of the day. Yeah, this is actually the rest of the stream. Will you also have a body pillow? No. Let's go! Any idea if Will is streaming later? I believe he is, yes. I stopped the episode of John Oliver to watch it here. I think he's going to watch it if he hasn't already, right? What's Kyle like IRL? The sweetest girl. She's over there sleeping right now. I can see her. She's an eye shot. She's so cute and so sweet. I love her so much. Anything you'd want to change out the podcast? Have a dedicated set for it. So I already did it. I said I would and I did. Because I'm him. Can you upload Hasan's entire PC to Google Drive? Yes. How long's the photo shoot? It's about to wrap up. The reason they took Hasan is because it's the last shot. I think he's done? He's done. Well, this concludes the chill vibes Q&A section. We now resume your regularly scheduled fucking doom pill. Oh, you got a couple more minutes, maybe like a minute or two. Everybody get your awares ready. He said he's almost done. He's coming back. Everybody get your awares ready. Open up for your daily doom pill. I say that as if like I'm not in the chat every single day, also taking my daily doom pill. You're a great podcast dog. What do you want to do next? I've only been doing this for a year. Don't make me think about what's next. I could die in an elevator tomorrow. Think about that. Do you live switch the cameras or do you edit and post? I live switch. We filmed today's episode last night. So it's like we filmed it last night and I have to get it out by 9 a.m. I would just not have enough time to edit camera ISOs, so I live switched to cut down the edit time. The turnaround time is pretty tight. So, but yeah. It looked good. Thank you. Thanks for choosing Pure and for us. It's my favorite pod and one of the best parts of my week. That's super wholesome. I love that. How long does it take to edit one episode? A couple hours, depending on what needs to be cut or stuff like that. All right, here he comes, y'all. Bye now. GG.
Okay. Yeah, I still have a little bit of makeup on, I know. Fuck. Can you, Marche, can you give me makeup wipes? Yeah. All right. Oh, thank you. Okay, we're good. We're done. We did it. I did the... Wait, where the fuck... Did you turn on... Did you close all the... Did you close all the windows? This fucking guy, bro. I swear to God. He closed all my windows. Can I get the thing? Oh, I guess Control Shift T, right? All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. All right, crisis averted. Crisis averted. Okay. Control Shift T multiple times. I just did that. All right, we're good. We're back. We're back. Anyway, where the fuck are my glasses? Wow, Israel turned on Hasan emo. Okay. That was, if you guys only saw what the fuck I was wearing on top of this outfit, like on top of the guy liner. Hasan, someone played a prank on you and covered your binoculars in ink? Yeah, I guess. All right. So Netanyahu, everyone in the world is sitting on the bleachers. He's just like talking shit. I don't really care about what he has to say. Meet the Hamas, attack victim families who want peace. Let's take a look at this. This is actually really interesting that the Wall Street Journal is doing this.
Of blood, of revenge is going on for.
Yeah, but we're back. We're back to covering the news, and we're also back. When I come back, of course, the top of the hour ad break comes back too. Here it is. Let's continue.
For over a century, we are acting the same way and expecting different results.
It's horrible to see when there are people getting killed, especially innocent people getting killed.
I think there is, in both of the sides, majority that want to live in peace. We can't destroy Gaza. We can't. Saturday morning, I woke up.
7:30, checking my WhatsApp that there are sirens and alarm.
The bomb sirens.
The fact that Wall Street Journal put this out tells me the NatSec blob is freaking out over Israel's actions. I think that the major problem here for what Israel is doing with impunity is that it is, one, undermining America's influence in what its regional allies do, okay? In the eyes of the entire world, in the eyes especially of the third world, or those who are disconnected from, like, the periphery nations, those who are disconnected from being immediately involved with the United States of America. It also shows everyone else that America's influence in control over Israel's waning, but also when it's not the case, really. Also, it has a capacity to pull the entire region into conflict. And that is a terrifying prospect for everybody. Because remember what I told you guys, there is a calculation that the military-industrial complex engages in, right, with Russia. When, there's a limit to how much help will be afforded to Ukraine. That limit is, old weapons that we'll send, maybe HIMARS down the line, yada, yada, yada. But it's not enough to trigger nuclear holocaust with a nuclear superpower. That's why there's red lines that are not crossed, right? That are not really mentioned even, or only mentioned when push comes to shove, like instituting a no-fly zone over Ukraine, which would mean that American fighter jets have to blow up Russian fighter jets. Like, that would never happen, right? They can't do that. Because they don't want to go into a full-blown regional. They don't want to change the dynamics of the battle in Ukraine into one that is two nuclear-armed states fighting against one another, which is mutually assured destruction. Nobody wants that to happen. With Israel, obviously, technically, Israel is a nuclear-armed state, but what America does not want is for Israel and Lebanon, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Yemen, and Iranian-backed militia forces within Syria and Iraq to invade Israel on multiple fronts, opening up like a 6-front war, okay, that America has to deal with by coming in with aircraft carriers and planes and helicopters and the like. Okay? They don't want that to happen because that's not good for anybody, because that is too much war. Does that make sense? Like there is an amount of war that Israel can conduct and engage in that Americans calculate is totally legally permissible, totally valid. It's economically viable. But if you go past a certain point, then it no longer is economically viable because it spells full-blown catastrophe and collapse, which is why America keeps saying, hey, please keep it, keep it marginal, keep it minimal. Like, we know you are bloodthirsty. We get it. Like, you want to fucking kill every Palestinian for its because you think that they're all equally responsible for October 7th. But you can't do that, because if you keep blowing up Palestinians, like you're one, making it harder for us to engage in normalization agreements with other Gulf states, because now they or at least like the populations in the Gulf states are going to get very mad and turn sour and maybe even like engage in revolts against their own governments if there is some kind of like Abraham Accord continuation. Like, it's just Israel's own bloodthirst is getting in its way once again with America's goals in the region. That's precisely what's happening here. That's why they want to dial it back. They don't want to dial it back for humanitarian reasons. They want to dial it back for economic reasons and also for reasons of America's geopolitical interests in the region. So, that's it. Has Israel not gone past that point, though? I think Israel has gone past that point. But in America's eyes, they clearly haven't. Because if Israel had gone past that point, according to America, they would stop. America would force them to stop instead of just telling them, do like a lighter version of ethnic cleansing and not the full-blown version that you're engaging in. Considering the fact that America has not shut off the money faucet or told them to stop completely, it seems like they're still within the confines.
Started to go off in Jerusalem.
I understand what is going on. I call my mom. Mom, are you okay? My dad told me, yes, there are many shooting and missiles landing around, but we are okay. We are in the safe room.
And when I turned on my phone around 8:20, 2 text messages popped up immediately. The first said, I love you. And immediately the next one said, I'm sorry. He was at the music festival when the massacre started to take place. All the young people tried to take cover in these roadside bomb shelters. It came under heavy attack with hand grenades thrown in, and an RPG was shot into it. The eyewitnesses told us that his left arm around the elbow down had been blown off. And he walked out of the bomb shelter.
Israel's the only country in history to give warnings before bombings. Yeah, Israel's also one of the very few countries in 2023 to have such a rigid apartheid structure that it can only continue to enforce with the entirety of the Western world defending it. Without America funding and facilitating this apartheid, Israel would not be able to maintain it. So the idea that they're giving warnings before blowing up residential buildings inside of their own fucking concentration camp is ridiculous. How about I give you a warning before I blow up your house? You would never find that to be appropriate, right? And then after the fact, I say, well, intel shows that, Intel shows that there was a enemy combatant inside of your fucking house, or maybe even under your house. You might not even know that there's an enemy combatant under your house, but that doesn't mean shit. Chatter's fucking wrong. The U.S. warned Nagasaki and Hiroshima before the atomic bombs, which were also morally reprehensible. Yes, I guess it's chill, though, to nuke a fucking, you know, entire civilian population. Those knocks are also inconsistent. Sometimes they knock, sometimes they don't. And regardless, even if they knock before they blow up, they still blow up a fucking home. So it's still completely ridiculous.
It was loaded on a Hamas pickup.
Yeah, that's not even true. The U.S. also did during Desert Storm. They dropped pamphlets that said, tomorrow we drop bombs, and they didn't lie. They did drop bombs the next day every time. Anyway,
Truck. His last phone cell signal was found inside of Gaza at 10:25 in the morning, and that's all we knew.
Pizza Hyman was in a home in kibbutz near Oz where a quarter of the residents were killed, have gone missing, or were taken hostage. Japan would have never surrendered without the USA nuking it. Yeah, that's also a historical. Many people have written about this exact same thing. Japan had already brought up conditional surrender. America said, no conditions on the surrender. One of the major conditions being that the emperor maintains his position of power, except America nuked twice for no reason. Like, let's say they had the nuke once, but they nuked twice, 2 days in between. And then also still allowed the Japanese emperor to survive. So what happened? They literally were on board with the conditions regardless after dropping 2 fucking nukes. Just a basic understanding of history will show that you are completely wrong on this issue. It was Sean that did a video on it, yes. Also, the funny thing is, this is a very like Israel-style defense of the nuking of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I do like that you are making an example. You're responding with an example that like Israel also engages with whenever they talk about it. Whenever they talk about how their morally permissible bombings occur. Now, one other counter to this also is that America itself, this was one reason that they used. The other reason was, well, the firebombing campaign would have been way more deadly. And it was. Firebombing Tokyo and many other civilian dense populations was brutal. It actually killed a shit ton of people, and it destroyed so much public infrastructure. Now, the answer to that was, well, we had to drop 1 nuke, and then we could have stopped the fucking firebombing. Is a ridiculous answer. Like, oh, one big war crime is better than like a succession of war crimes over the course of a month is ridiculous. How about no war crimes, right? That is supposed to be the answer. It's not that like we should do more war crimes or we should do one big war crime one time instead of multiple war crimes. So you're saying it was effective, grunt cores. Brother, this is a ridiculous fucking assessment, okay? Like, might is right politics will find you in a really precarious position when America is no longer the dominant force, okay? I just want to mention here that like since we're on the tail end of our crumbling empire with 800 military bases all around the world, and I'm sure you're familiar with this since you're either a LARPing tactical gravy seals dipshit with the name Grunt Corps or a LARPing tactical dipshit who is a veteran and still loves the fucking good old days that where you could eat MREs all fucking day and pizza when you were lucky before you were deployed, and then still maintain a decent physique, which you no longer can because you're a couch-ridden potato with PTSD as a consequence of doing the bidding of American empire overseas that destroyed you, rotted you to your very core, and then lied to you about fixing you up and never actually ended up fixing you. One or the other. These are 2 options that of what you are. Okay? Destroying infrastructure is the point. Whether I agree with it or not is not besides the point. No, you are agreeing with it because you said it was effective. It was effective. Ridiculous. Okay? What's effective is that what happened to you is unacceptable. Either you are a hoorah dipshit who never served, or you are a hoorah dipshit who did serve and ruined your fucking body. Okay? Both of these situations happen as a consequence of American chauvinism, Western chauvinism, American exceptionalism, and the jingoistic attitude that was baked into your fucking brain from early on. You have the moral obligation to snap out of it, okay? To become human again. Please.
In 10 a.m., we lost contact with her. My sister called me. She tried to call mom again, and the Hamas answered her phone. A few days after, we saw in the Hamas Facebook page that they took her into a car. And that's all we know until today.
Bilha and Yaakov Inan were at home in their village of Netiv Hazara near Israel's border in northern Gaza.
I watched the news and I saw Toyota trucks in Sderot. I saw the wall falling apart. We tried to call again and again, and there was no answer. And around 5 in the afternoon, the security guy of the community called my brother-in-law, and he told him that my parents' house is burned to ashes with 2 bodies inside. I'm drowning in this ocean of sorrow and pain and agony. But my mind is very clear. My goal number 1 is to bring all those that are kidnapped and being held hostage back home. And it must be through a diplomatic agreement. Goal number 2 is to stop the war and immediate ceasefire.
We have these constant cycles of extreme violence, and it seems that it's really not working. I don't know that it's ever worked anywhere.
I have a lot of anger on the Hamas people, of our government, but I don't think to escalate the war will help us, not to bring them back and not to give them a peaceful life after.
Innocent civilians in Gaza are being killed. Their death won't bring my parents back. Their death won't bring those that are kidnapped back to their families.
For some people, a natural response to trauma is to feel hatred. This pain that we are feeling is so unique and indescribable, but I really would never wish it on anyone. Not anyone. Not even the people who are doing it to me. That's how bad the pain is.
When direct victims of the horror are displaying more restraint than decision makers and media talking heads, you know the world is fucked. Yeah, because the media talking heads are operating under the direction of whatever the fucking military objectives are, whatever the economic objectives of the military-industrial complex is. Okay? The brainwashing runs so deep. I literally had a multiple hour-long conversation with my mother that Israel has a higher chance of killing the hostages than Hamas. Yeah, I mean, it's basically, what is the rational objective here? You don't take hostages just so you can kill them, right? They killed a shit ton of people. They killed 1,200 people, okay? And the overwhelming majority of the people that the militants killed were civilian. A lot of them were just like literally driving around and shooting at whoever the fuck they could because they were just like, they were just inside of Israel proper for the first time in an overwhelming number with an overwhelming force. I had multiple hour-long conversations with my father. Hamas and ISIS were not the same thing. Yeah, it's just, the question is this. They already killed 1,200 people. Why would they take 230 hostages if they want to just like simply kill them in a moment when they get like passionate and angry, right? It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. If they were to, and by the way, I'm not going to say that they would never kill a hostage. They 100% would. They 100% would. Any militant faction, terrorist, not terrorist, whatever you call it, white, black, brown, Muslim, 100%, they would execute a hostage if push came to shove, but they would do it on camera. Okay? They would never just like kill a hostage off camera for funsies. Okay? That's insane. Why the fuck would they kill a hostage off camera? That defeats the purpose of killing the hostage. That defeats the purpose of taking the hostage. When your supplies are really low, when you have really limited supplies because you're under full-blown blockade, right? There is no reason to just like fucking execute a hostage unless you are doing it as a statement to show you're serious, to say, listen, we made you a demand, you refused to negotiate with us, so here's now, we're killing this hostage now because of you. Like, that would be the only reason, because the hostages are the only leverage you have. Meanwhile, it's not even real leverage because Israel doesn't want to negotiate with Hamas, it seems. You are assigning perfect rationality to terrorists, which simply isn't true. No, the terrorism designation, for the record, is quite literally the reason why you don't want to assign perfect rationality in this circumstance. Okay? Like, there is no perfect rationality in a bunch of fucking militant brigades operating under a command structure that is divided at best, okay? That's precisely the reason why October 7th and the innocent civilian death toll was so high, right? But once the hostages are taken, there's a very specific reason for taking those hostages. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect rationality. It just is self-preservation. Do you understand? It's so stupid. Where's the rationality of killing the hostages instead of negotiating? It doesn't make sense. They would have never taken a hostage in that situation then. You know, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, why would they take a fucking hostage? Just because they like are so bloodthirsty that they were like, oh, I'll just take this hostage with me so I can kill the hostage later when I'm like hungry for blood again? Like, is that what you think is going on? No, there's a reason. Stop looking for rationality in hostage taking. No, the reason why you're saying that is because you don't want me to. You don't want me to look at it in a serious way. You want to just say, no, these guys are fucking bloodthirsty monsters who are just operating on the good and bad scale. That's it. That's why you say openly, don't look for rationality here. Just let fucking Israel keep bombing and shut the fuck up and bomb the hostages themselves. You might not even recognize why you're saying that. Of course there's a reason. Otherwise, why the fuck would they take hostages? Why would they take hostages? Why? Do you think hostages are like fucking a road soda? Do you think it's a fucking snack? Like, these guys, they're like vampires. They love sucking the blood of like Israeli civilians, and then they were like, oh, let's bring some more back to the base camp so we can just like keep eating the Israeli hostages every now and then when we get thirsty for it. Is that what you think is going on? No, there's a fucking reason. Things do not operate on the basis of like good and bad in the real world. People aren't just like, people can do bad things, okay? And for example, October 7th, bad, very bad, okay? Obviously, very bad. But if you want to truly solve an issue, you can't just like keep fucking pummeling it with brute force. If you want to solve an issue, especially an issue like this, especially a crisis like this one, you can't keep fucking just hammering over and over and over and over again and expecting different results. That's how we got here to begin with. Okay? Do you understand? Yeah, in simple terms, serial killers don't take hostages. They just kill with no regard. Taking hostages means you're put thought into it and want to leverage for a reason. Exactly. And the problem here is that, like, I'm not saying this was cool or good that they took hostages. Like, I'm not saying that at all. Okay? I'm very much against taking hostages. I'm very much against killing civilians. I'm very much against killing in general, which is why I want this conflict to end. But there are plenty out there who do not want this conflict to end at all. They want to continue it as slowly but assuredly, as best as possible, as they slowly but surely engage in ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement and take over more land. That's not true. They will take them and torture them to death. Why would they do that without showing on camera why they're doing such a thing? Oh, you mean the serial killers? Okay. That's so freakish. I'm not even saying that, like, Hamas won't kill the hostages. They could. I don't believe they have, but they could. Just as easily, they could do that. But there's a reason why they treat the hostages, as far as we understand, by the hostages, relatively well. Because they want to do propaganda off of it. This is a fact that Israel knows too. That's precisely the reason why they got very mad when that older lady gave the international community an interview as soon as she was released. The lady that said shalom to the Hamas militant and shook his hand. Because they wanted to do propaganda. That's why they fucking treated the hostages very well. Taking a hostage is not an easy process. It requires a tremendous amount of forethought. You have to literally plan it for years on end. Why the fuck would they just blow it and kill the hostages? And if the only answer you have to that is because they're just like bloodthirsty monsters, then, like, how can I have a conversation with you about this? Like, that's not interesting, nor is it actually intelligent. And it's not how you're supposed to solve a problem. In order to solve a problem, you have to identify why that problem is existing to begin with. Okay? You have to go to the root cause. You have to figure out why this is happening. And if your answer when you get to the root cause of the problem is, well, some people are just bad guys and they're bad because they love Allah and Allah told them to be bad and because they're anti-Semitic or whatever the fuck, then yeah, okay, well, you'll definitely turn around and agree with, like, everything that Israel's doing right now. Because why shouldn't you? They're bad. They're fucking subhuman. They're not real human beings. Like, there's no reason. They took up arms because they're anti-Semitic specifically. That is, yes, exactly, the Sam Harris argument. Islam is anti-Semitic, and it creates anti-Semitism, and that's the reason why these guys are behaving the way that they are, because they're anti-Semitic. Like, they're a bunch of fucking campus activists who are also anti-Semitic, right? You didn't arrive at anything. You didn't actually arrive at a decent analysis over the subject matter. You didn't come close to a solution beyond what Israel is doing in that position, in that point. Now, I asked you the question, if what Israel is doing is so successful, how the fuck hasn't it been successful the 8 other times they did this? Not to the same degree, but they always fucking go into Gaza in what they call mowing the lawn. So why didn't it work the last time? Were they just like, yeah, we don't want to, like, completely eviscerate Hamas? You think that's what they were saying? They were like, no, we just want to cripple Hamas. We don't want to completely eviscerate Hamas. We don't want to completely eviscerate Hamas. We just want to, we just want to do that. We just want to, like, push him a little bit. Just one more siege, bro. Just one more dead Palestinian child, bro. And I promise, just one more dead Palestinian child, and then Hamas is over, okay? I'm Palestinian, I'm against Hamas. I'm lumped in with people who deserve to die and terrorist sympathizers, although politically I oppose Hamas for various reasons. What do you mean, terrorist sympathizers? Like, do you think people that live in Gaza, are just automatically terrorist sympathizers? Even if they are sympathizers of Hamas, do you think, like let's say a child is a sympathizer of Hamas. Do you think they deserve to die? Is that your argument? Like, I don't really understand what you're trying to say. Because then it means like, oh, if you voted for Hamas, or even if you have any kind of sympathy for any kind of violent, emancipatory, militant faction that is like actually fucking fighting back, right? Good or bad, reactionary or not, if you don't sit there and just fucking take it when Israel is like brutally and mercilessly slaughtering your people in the West Bank and taking up more and more land in the West Bank, then you turn around and your answer is like, no, we're supposed to take that, and then magically one day Israel will fucking allow us to coexist peacefully. Well, if that was the case, then you would be able to, you know, coexist peacefully in the West Bank. If that was the case, the Palestinian Authority would be the most powerful Palestinian institution on the planet, the most popular Palestinian institution on the planet. You know what I mean? If I ever defended Palestinians, I'm automatically labeled that. Yeah, well, that's ridiculous. You should defend Palestinians. It's ridiculous to say that you can't defend Palestinians. I don't care. Why do you think people refuse to look at the root cause and just go ooga booga genocide, then peace? Because it corresponds to the interests of the Israeli government. So I believe in the subject of hostage taking from both sides as Hamas tries doing it for negotiations, but I'm not too sure our view. The Zionist Israel taking hostages to pressure out info about locations and such. No, the forcible detention, the unlawful, unauthorized detention of thousands of people under, the Israeli military courts where there's no legal recourse, okay, is not done specifically for taking hostages so you can use them. It's just a part of running an apartheid. You have to, it's the same principle behind why you have to constantly maintain a presence, right? To show that the knife is always there. The IDF routinely conducts military operations in areas inside of the West Bank where they know civilians live. Why do they do such a thing? Well, if you ask former IDF veterans who operated in the West Bank who started breaking the silence, they will tell you the reason why they do that is specifically so that they apply pressure at all times to show the West Bank Palestinian civilians that they're there, that they can come into their house, break down their door, and maybe arrest them on a moment's notice. You have to do that. You have to do that in an apartheid regime. Otherwise, people will go, okay, well, what the fuck are you doing? I'm going to violently revolt. It is well within my rights and legal responsibility and moral obligation, as a matter of fact, to do so. That is it. I also have a lot of friends who are in Gaza who are being bombed now who have always opposed Hamas. Of course, Hamas is not a popular political group, okay? It's not. There are polls that are conducted in the Palestinian-occupied territories all the time. The only group that it's more popular than, however, in the eyes of Palestinians, both in Gaza and the West Bank, which is not really saying much, is the Palestinian Authority. Think about that. Think about why. Like, think about how unfavorable the Palestinian Authority is. Why is that the case? That is Israel's design for the Palestinian Authority. Just like every single Israeli administration has propped up Hamas as the only entity that defends Palestinians. There's a streamer on Twitch supporting this genocide. Of course there are. There are plenty of streamers and plenty of famous people and plenty of people in positions of power that are supporting this ethnic cleansing campaign. The victims, as always, are Arabs and Muslims, predominantly Muslim Arabs. So nobody gives a shit. Remember, if you say America deserved 9/11, you can get banned. But if you say Iran deserves a nuclear bomb, then you will not get banned. Okay? Iraq deserved to be invaded is not going to have the same level of emotional response. It won't invoke the same level of emotional response from the Western world, even though America's invasion of Iraq led to millions of people dying, being murdered, ruthlessly slaughtered. Okay? That's it. That double standard is always going to exist. Now, on that note, let's get to Israel-Hamas War last week tonight with John Oliver. I've talked about this before. Framing this as Israel-Hamas War, immediately suspicious. Why is it suspicious? because this isn't an Israel-Hamas war. If this is an Israel-Hamas war, holy shit, they are so bad at fighting Hamas. Oh my God, they are the absolute worst at fighting Hamas. 10,000 people, 11,000 people as far as we know, because we don't know the actual official death count any longer because the main hospital is literally under siege currently. Okay? 5,000 children. They're not Hamas. But that is how the media covers it, which I think is ridiculous. But let's take a look. We're going to have none of the hostages die from that bombing rampage yet. I think if a video came out, people picking up the body of an Israeli hostage from between the rubbles, it would really turn the Israeli people against their government more. I think what you're describing literally happened today. I'm not entirely certain, but I think that Israel is claiming that one of the hostages that Hamas released, or not released, but Hamas said was killed in rocket fire. Fuck, I saw something literally while I was live. So I'll look into it. But from what I understand, one of the hostages that died, Israel is claiming, did not die by rocket fire, but instead in the hands of Hamas. Overall, the reason why people shit on the video is because obviously the video is like, doing the both side stuff and doesn't talk about the historical context of how Israel's an apartheid state. What is this? Is this Hamas sent the video? What? Hamas released a video showing, I believe, the first evidence of Israeli hostages that were killed as a result of IDF airstrikes on Gaza. Footage from October 11th. A 19-year-old who Hamas says was a military conscript. She died on November 9th. The imagery of her dead is horrible, and I want posted here, but it's clear that either shrapnel or an explosion of some kind severely injured her inner legs, following then by an injury to her skull, likely from her falling. I think Israel said that they killed her with hammers or something. Like, I haven't seen the video. Why don't you ever do research on stream? It would be cool to see your process / learn together. Are you fucking nuts, dude? Sometimes when I actually learn about something on stream, people literally will clip things that I said while I'm like in the process of correcting myself and then go, look at what he said. They'll clip literally the first 10 seconds of me asking a question to unironically fucking go, you see? I knew it. Also, there's a lot of TOS when I'm doing the research as well. A lot of stuff that I can't show. People literally will use any and every opportunity. Also, that would require me to like fucking live stream even longer than I currently do. Okay, but people use any and every opportunity to basically go, oh, this guy fucking sucks, he's bad. So, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I want to tell Hasan isn't gonna happen. I don't know if Ethan brought this up, but there's more than 2,000 years history, plus God promised that there was their land. They won't merge unless, I don't know, we're talking about deep-rooted beliefs. Wait, what? The whole like God shit is ridiculous. Nobody, that's not, we're not living in the fucking 17th century, okay? Get the hell out of here. I'm sorry. That's crazy. You know where you work after streaming 12 hours? Mr. Buddy Buddy, that's literally every day of my life. Anyway, let's see what
Hamas's terrorist attacks against Israel and Israel's military actions in Gaza have unleashed a firestorm of controversy in the United States and Europe. Watching it all, I do wonder, does anyone believe in free speech anymore? Now, to note, I have strongly condemned the attacks of October 7th, and I think those that praise Hamas in any way are blind to the reality that it has been the principal opponent of a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian question. But the question to grapple with is how to handle views that either side finds deeply offensive. And of course, speech and assembly are not the same as physical intimidation and harassment, which prevent civil discourse. Until very recently, most concerns about free speech on college campuses were related to conservative speakers, from Ben Shapiro to Condoleezza Rice, being protested or disinvited. Conservative state legislators introduced dozens of laws to protect campus free speech. In 2021, House Republicans started a campus free speech caucus to protect free expression and free association.
Every single supposed campus free speech activist, fucking right-winger piece of shit, especially like Barry Weiss and whatnot, defended the right of like literal neo-Nazis and alt-right figureheads going to college campuses. And while they were doing that, and I said this for fucking years, even back then, they also straight up attacked BDS and Palestinian activists. You're only seeing it right now because it's like very prominent. There's never been a position. Alan Dershowitz did the same shit. Barry Weiss did the same shit. So many of these, there's a reason why 36 states, specifically red states, places like Texas that love free speech, right, also have anti-BDS legislation. The fuck are we doing? No, there is no real like free speech absolutism, and certainly not in the United States of America, especially if you go against the American State Department interest.
In January 2021, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said the most important legislative issue to get right in the next couple of years was the protection of controversial speech. Not anymore. Late last month, DeSantis reversed course, directing Florida State University's chancellor to close down campus chapters of Students for Justice in Palestine. DeSantis accused the group of giving material support to terrorism, though as far as I can tell, these groups have only organized protests and rallies. As the GOP presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy has pointed out, courts have made clear that verbal support for extremist groups is very different and constitutionally protected from sending money, material, or arms. Other conservatives have tried to publicly identify and shame students belonging to groups that voice support for Hamas. A hedge fund manager proposed circulating lists of these students to ensure that they don't get jobs. Many donors have demanded that universities issue statements, either condemning Hamas or supporting Israel, some even insisting that certain rallies and speakers be banned. Many college presidents issued follow-up statements when their original responses were not seen as sufficiently strong in their support of Israel or denunciation of Hamas. This is all a far cry from where universities used to be.
By the way, this guy literally defended the South African apartheid. Just want to point that out. Okay? So, Fareed Zakaria, if anything, he's consistent. Okay? Consistently defended apartheid.
In 1967, in the midst of the passions of the Vietnam War.
Yep. Here it is. Anti-divestment. Fareed Zakaria, former president of the Yale Political Union, argued that Yale should not divest from its holdings in South Africa. Zakaria spoke at a debate last night between the PU, and the Yale Debate Association. He was always a debate lord, too.
And the civil rights movement. A report by a University of Chicago committee.
I wonder if he'll talk about BDS activism in apartheid South Africa.
Chaired by the eminent legal scholar Harry Calvin, eloquently argued that the mission of the university could not be fulfilled if the institution formally took positions on controversial political issues of the day. The committee wrote, "A university, if it's to be true to its faith in intellectual inquiry, must embrace, be hospitable to, and encourage the widest diversity of views within its own community. It is a community, but only for the limited, albeit great purposes of teaching and research. It is not a club, It is not a trade association. It is not a lobby. Simply put, the university is the home and sponsor of critics. It is not itself the critic. The basic argument for free speech espoused by the Kalman Report is that it is better to hear those you violently disagree with than to ban them or silence them. That way, debate happens out in the open. Points are matched with counterpoints. The alternative is to drive discourse into the shadows and gutters of political life, where it festers, turns into conspiracy theories, and often erupts into violence. Growing up in India, I read with wonder about the United States' commitment to freedom of speech, which was so strong that in 1977, a court ruled that a group of Nazis should be allowed to march in Skokie, Illinois, a Chicago suburb. In the 1970s, the Harvard Crimson ran editorials praising Pol Pot's takeover in Cambodia. I went to college in the early 80s, an era in which it was not unusual to hear incendiary views on campus. From communist revolutionaries to the Nobel Prize-winning scientist William Shockley, who made crude arguments about the racial inferiority of black people. In this century, I recall very few colleges making official statements.
You know what's really funny about this? There has never been in the history of the United States of America a moment where the free speech conversation has ever revolved around protecting fucking leftist speech. I'm sorry, when it comes down to it, when organizations act, they almost always defend right-wing and even Nazi ideology. But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to like communism, dude, McCarthyism is something that happened in this country. It is technically, and I didn't even know this myself, illegal to be a communist in the United States of America. I did not even know that. Like, it's in the law. The idea that we have actually, the idea that like leftist sentiment, socialism, communism is, yeah, it's an immigration law. Communist immigration. There it is. Communist Control Act of 1954 is an American law signed by President Dwight Eisenhower on August 24, 1954, that outlaws the Communist Party of the United States and criminalizes membership in or support of the party of communist action organizations, defines evidence to be considered by a jury in determining participation in the activities, planning, objections, and purposes of such organizations. I did not realize that this fucking law is still, it's a thing. I also didn't know that it was a question on the citizenship application. They associated student groups that advocated for civil rights as pro-communist and allowed the government to dismantle certain student groups that were deemed communist. Not a fan of Zakaria by any means, but wasn't that newspaper clipping just him taking a side on the purpose of a debate club? Not necessarily his own personal views. I think, I mean, he was definitely free speech, but I don't know if he was like, he didn't want BDS to exist on college campus, but he was willing to, I guess, advocate against it, which you're right. I mean, that does mean technically he might be a free speech Andy.
Statements about the Iraq War or even the terrorist attacks of 9/11. We are now in a different world. In recent years, the pressure on universities to take political positions has grown. A turning point might have been the murder of George Floyd, when many institutions decided to demonstrate their sensitivity and issue.
Did you see Norm Finkelstein won't condemn Hamas? Why am I wasting my time doing that then? I think he wrote a piece on it. I mean, I've listened to him talk about this specifically, about how he compares it to Nat Turner and now James Baldwin, W.E.B. Du Bois, and many other thinkers that he cares about deeply, openly talked about how they would never condemn Nat Turner. While they would condemn the violence, they would never condemn any kind of like slave revolt or slave rebellion, because they understood that like that violence was born out of the conditions, which I think is very thoughtful. It's a very interesting way to go about it. I on the other hand, of course, am in a different predicament. I'm not like a formative, important Jewish thinker scholar and activist that has been around for many, many years. I am a Muslim, white passing, Turkish American Twitch streamer. Okay, I'm not gonna be running around being like, no, I fucking don't condemn Hamas. There's no conversation. You can't have a conversation if you don't do that. Yeah, you're out of your fucking mind. And I do condemn the violence. So, you know, it's not like a moral it's correct. I mean, I said what I said on October 7th or October 8th. Like, it was pretty odd from day one. I've said exactly the same things that the Haaretz editorial board said, exactly the same things that many other thinkers said, that like these actions are gross, they're violent, they're horrific, and they are. However, those actions are not born out of nowhere. They're not born out of Hamas being evil and operating on the basis of like evil and anti-Semitism and hating Jewish people in general. Like, that's not, like, of course there are anti-Semites in Hamas, and certainly there's plenty of anti-Semitic people in the anti-Zionist movement as well. But the idea that like this violent action is like a cartoonish villain move and not born out of the violence of living in a fucking apartheid state is ridiculous. Brother, you say that often, but I don't think you give yourself enough credit. The fact is, dumbasses on the other side speak with more authority than you and have less, so hold your opinion higher regard. Maybe. Yeah, Hamas's actions did not happen in a vacuum. October 7th did not happen in a fucking vacuum. It was not an unprovoked act of violence. If you say that, you're literally a delusional, fucking completely wrong person. I don't know what else to say. You're just wrong. Anyway, yeah. My point is, free speech only goes in one direction and never the other.
Issue statements. Once they took a stand on one political issue, it is perfectly understandable that they have been also asked to condemn Hamas's attack last month. But where will it end? A Pandora's box has been opened. With every major political event, university administrators will have to decide whether to condemn or support it. Will they find some standard by which they can explain why they denounced one terrorist attack or human rights abuse, but not another? I'm not sure what it signifies that many of us find the embrace of free speech outlined in the Calvin Report to be too cold in its neutrality. We want our institutions to endorse our own passions and points of view. But can they do that in a diverse society in which people disagree so strongly on so much? I fear that far from bringing us together, the path we are on will drive us further apart.
Well, new overnight, Republican Senator Tim Scott dropping out of the race for president. He made the announcement.
Guys, bad news. Tim Scott and I are in a relationship. And I told him he can't run for president any longer. Okay? Good news, I took his virginity. Bad news, he's no longer running for president. Let's take a look.
During a live TV interview, we're told it caught many of his own staff members and donors by surprise. It also very clearly caught the...
He literally fucking sent a campaign donation blast, I think 13 minutes before he revealed on television that he was no longer running. So that's pretty cool.
The TV host off guard. The TV host who is his longtime friend and former South Carolina Congressman, Trey Gowdy.
Bro, who amongst us hasn't started acting different? Who amongst us hasn't started acting different once they get a little bit of pussy, like a crumb of pussy? Okay? Everybody's got that one friend who no longer comes around when they get a girlfriend, okay? That's Tim Scott. Oh, yeah, here it is. This is the funniest fucking email. New York Times, breaking news. Tim Scott suspends 2024 presidential campaign. Team Tim Scott, one last chance.
When I go back to Iowa, it will not be as a presidential candidate. I am suspending my campaign. I think the voters who are the most remarkable people on the planet have been really clear that they're telling me not now, Tim. I don't think they're saying, Trey, no, but I do think they're saying not now.
Here's a look at the GOP field as it stands. Scott suspending his campaign just 2 months before the Iowa caucuses. Sources close to his campaign tell CNN his team was worried about if he would qualify for the debate next month, and that is leaving the race, and that leaving the race now allows him to return to the Senate without an embarrassing finish in Iowa. Let's bring in Eva McKend, who has been following all of this. Well, you know this so closely. I'm not sure if you were surprised, but the fact that Trey Gowdy was surprised on that live on-air announcement says a lot, doesn't it?
It does, Poppy and Phil. You know, good morning to you. I was watching this back this morning, and it really seemed like no doubt that this was a decision that was informed by his faith. The timing was a surprise, but not the announcement itself. That's because there were several warning signs. But most of the people in his campaign had been telling me that they were going to press on until Iowa. But you are right. They were worried about qualifying for the 4th Republican debate next month. He was the last candidate to meet the donor and polling thresholds to make last week's debate. And he clearly wants to pursue perhaps another run again. He really indicated in that interview. And it seems as though by leaving now, he is best positioned to do so, was his reasoning. But don't expect him to endorse anyone else in the field quite yet. It didn't seem like he is going to, for instance, endorse Nikki Haley like some of his fundraisers have overnight. He says he thinks it's best for him to keep quiet. Let's listen.
I'm going to recommend that the voters study each candidate and their candidacies and frankly, their past and make the best decision for the future of the country. The best way for me to be helpful is to not weigh in on who they should endorse.
So Scott really centered his campaign on hope and optimism, but evidently that was not a message that Republican voters had an appetite for at this time. Phil,
nope.
Poppy?
Nor one that Trey Gowdy was expecting. Eva McKend, we appreciate it. Thank you.
We have breaking news that answers a big question. Did Donald Trump have an advance motive to stage a coup? Did he plan to try to steal the election and stay in the office no matter what? Well, according...
Okay, I don't care about this. Secret coup video. C2 Trump aides flip on Trump and Rigo Sessions in Georgia. Donald Trump calls political opponents vermin. Oh, my fucking goat. Dude, Donald Trump has been popping off about Israel-Palestine as well. He had like a couple takes that I saw that were so good. He's like, I mean, they were just like so funny. What did he fucking say? What the fuck did he said something like Israel's got to dial it back a little or something like that. Or no, he said something about like PR. He's like, Hamas, they got great PR, folks. Israel, not so much. He was like, let it play out. You got to see this political article about Brandon. The suggestion for Biden to save his campaign from the new political article: make active efforts to make Liz Cheney a big part of his campaign. Bring in Rahm Emanuel as a campaign manager and appoint Bill and Hillary Clinton as envoys for Israel-Palestine. Are you fucking kidding me? Like the absolute worst people that you could put on this situation. Norman Finkelstein on smoke. I'm working on bringing Norm on the show, by the way. I'm gonna have the goat on the stream. This was one of them. This was one of the takes he had. He said, Justin, Donald Trump says there's no hatred like the Palestinian hatred of Israel and Jewish people, and probably the other way around also. I do not know. Before adding that sometimes you have to let things play out and you have to see where it ends. He's so stupid, dude. Ha, hilarious. And you guys are about to reelect this fuck. Yeah, dude, we are. I'm campaigning for Donald Trump, as you guys know. I love him, and I think he's the best president of all time. And certainly I'm stupid and think that, you know, his opinions are not, his administration wasn't like the accelerant on the Israel-Palestine situation. Anyway. All right, guys. I'm gonna end it on a short one today. I've been up doing photo shoots all fucking day. I'm tired. I know I said I was gonna do more variety news today, and I didn't actually end up doing more variety news today. But obviously there was a time limitation here. Half day, I know. Started at 12. Literally been fucking doing photos since 8 in the morning. So unfortunately, that's what I got for today. However, tomorrow is another day, and tomorrow we will do variety news and variety streaming. Okay, we're back. We're doing more variety, I promise. I promise. Love you all, and peace in the Middle East, okay? Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord active prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.